Welk een bek. ITSDA-box. Dinalo 1 wisselen 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 Dinalo 1 wisselen. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subtoetaruganux. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subtoeretsutera. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subtoezero liggen streepje elec. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subtoemus liggen streepje leflas. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subtoemoon liggen streepje maus liggen streepje. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subtoedark nitrolien. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subto captain liggen streepje laserbol. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subto diafiet. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subto deblust liggen streepje. Kirakat liggen streepje VZA T1 subtoejade liggen streepje of liggen streepje spasen. Let's go. Wow, holy shit. 2 hier. Wauw, we are zo bek. Well, my head's spinning.
Okay, do I still know all the buttons? Hi. Hello. Okay, this one? Hello?
Hello.
I did it! Yay!
You did it. You succeeded at everything. I'm proud of you.
I am so good at muscle memory, truly.
You are missing, and you deserve to be missing. Stay gone.
I'm not there. I'm not. Okay. I'm out of here. Hello.
You don't need to.
Hi everyone. Give me just a moment. I will make sure that Mario is no longer missing.
We miss our Mario, but not as much as we missed our Zoe.
Mamma mia.
Everyone, the boss has appeared. We must kill her now.
Yep, that's true.
Kill her now!
You must. You
Is that how
simply
you spell
must.
vacuum?
VUCUM? I think so.
I think it. Yeah. Is it? No, I guess it is. I thought it was 2 C's, 1 U. Never mind.
No.
I'm incorrect.
I think
a
I'm right.
fool.
The reason why it's
think
called
I'm right.
it's spelled like that is because it's supposed.
It's true. It does do that.
It's true. It's okay. Hi everyone. Hi. I'm finally back. Yay.
Welcome back.
Thank you. There's so much to talk about. Wow. Such as.
Clone's blood in my face.
So sorry. Hold on. There you go. Such as
you.
I had my bottom surgery. Some of you will know
did?
this. Some no. Nee,
When
sorry,
did this
eigenlijk niet. Ik had mijn bovenkant operatie eigenlijk.
Sorry that they
dus-
took your entire bottom.
Nee, dus
She's
niet. Dat
speaking
is,
in tongues.
dat is dus niet gebeurd. Dat is niet wat er is gebeurd. Ik had de bovenkant hebben ze weggehaald. En hebben ze vervangen met robotbovenkant. Veel beter, veel mooier. Geen longen meer die kapot kunnen gaan of wat dan ook. Het is gewoon veel betere. Ik ben heel blij dat ik met de operatie ben doorgegaan. Maar ja, it's been hard. To recover. I'm happy I did it, but the recovery has been very tough.
Understood all that.
Me too. I'm so glad that I can speak this language.
I love Dutch.
But that was all a bit. I was joking when I said all that stuff, so don't worry. What actually happened was I got. You'll never know what my great joke was.
What actually happened is, you remember that one video she did where it turns out that Gold McQueen's legs weren't connected properly? She's fixed that. That was what the surgery was.
Yeah, that's what. Okay. The subtitles only say speaking Dutch because it's like a thing that I think is so fucking annoying in movies and stuff when there's characters that are speaking a different language. And then
That's
if
really funny,
the
though.
subtitles just say speaking that language. It's like, no,
Speaking
fucking
Spanish?
tell me what the fuck they're saying though. That's what the subtitles
still-
are for.
But in all honesty, that's still kind of funny.
It's kind of funny, which is why I do it here as a joke, because the whole joke now is that non-Dutch speaking people just don't understand what I'm saying. That's like part of the bit. But when it's in official media, I get annoyed. Because let's say you could argue like, oh well, it's not important to know what they're saying, But what if you are, for example, a Spanish person and you would be able to understand it if only you could read it, As, it's stupid. Why don't do it speaking Spanish or whatever? Just do it. One thing,
It's not-
I think it was the official Puss in Boots: The Last Wish subtitles.
Yeah.
Whenever Puss or any other character said a sentence that had a Spanish word in it, it wasn't all Spanish, it was just one word, it would say speaking Spanish. For the whole
Personally, I think it's
sentence.
Personally, I just think it's ableist for the hard of hearing and.
Yeah,
the
no,
deaf,
it is, that's what I'm saying.
because they're trying to understand the fucking story.
Yeah. It's fucking ridiculous, I hate it. So I didn't hear this joke.
Speaking British.
So, so I got my bottom surgery.
Yay, yippee, woohoo, congratulations.
Thank you.
Bottom is completely gone now.
It's gone now. It's much better. I got a better one that I like more. And it took. It's the reason why I haven't streamed in 2 months, which is far too long, because I was simply too busy with recovery. And I'm still not done, mind you. Also, yay, music. I'm still not done with the recovery, but I'm done enough that I'm willing to try streaming again. I can sit down comfortably and stuff. So I want to get back into streaming.
I can't believe it's been 2 months. The algorithm hates you now.
Yeah, I bet it fucking does. Don't even want to think
Fuck the
about that.
algorithm, look.
Algorithm said, die.
Oh, I got something in my eye.
That's true. I read on Twitter that you died. It's very sad.
Yep, it's true. But I lived!
Is this the sound of living?
This is what living sounds like. I'm living to the fucking fullest, dude. Anyway, so yeah, I've been able to stream in a while. I've been doing a lot of sitting here, going on little walks, doing some reading, playing some games. Not really being able to do much else for a while. Haven't been
Very sad.
to the Efteling in a very long time. That sucks. I was unable. The other day, I went on Google Maps and I zoomed all the way out, and then I was not able to immediately zoom in on the Efteling. I did it wrong, gang. That's bad. It's been far too long. My connection is deteriorating. You know.
It's like I don't even know you anymore.
It's like I don't know myself. It's scary.
This
I
is
just
scary. I'm
I
crying.
just want to say that the sub said, you said Efteling, and then sub said fucking acid rain.
What?
Yeah, the sub said acid rain instead of Efteling.
Oh yeah, the subtitles on my stream are
don't
terrible.
even know you anymore.
I'm experiencing data decay. It's bad. It's scary. Let's see. Anything else is really important to talk about right now? I feel like that was more. I feel like I had so much that I wanted to talk about, but I guess when all you do is just sit at home. Well, we can get to playing and then. I remember one other thing actually, but we can get to playing and then just. I know you guys can be like, so what was it like to get your entire pelvis cut off? Or something like that, you know?
So what was it like being in
Save
pain
it.
for 2 months?
Oh, I'll tell you. Did you build any Lego sets?
my ass, I can't shit!
I can't shit! I actually did not build any Lego sets. I would like to, but money. You guys kind of fund my Lego sets most of the time, so... speaking of you guys funding things, this, as you can see, and some of you will have expected this because you're in the Discord community, we have a new donation goal, which is a robot vacuum. It was also mentioned earlier very sneakily by Jody. Also, I will do all the redeems and stuff before I start the game, of course. We have a new redeem goal. It's a robot vacuum, and it's like literally just me getting a real-life robot vacuum because I have executive dysfunction, and shit's bad, y'all. You know, neurodivergency is fun to, have to kind of poke fun at when you have it and with friends and stuff, but it kind of, you can't really glorify it all that much. It kind of sucks. So vacuum is one of the things that I really struggle with, and I read a manga, called My Brain is Different, which is an autobiographical anthology of stories by different people with neurodivergencies. Which was very fun, nice to read. And at the end, the author talks about like how everyday tools that weren't intended to specifically as like aids for neurodivergent people do end up that way, such as robot vacuum cleaners. So then I was like, wow, I never even considered I could get one of these things to help me out, but that's actually very smart. And then I was like, hey audience, hey community members, would it be okay if we make that a goal, even though it's not a thing for stream specifically? And everyone was like, yes. So there it is, there's the goal. You can donate for it if you want to help.
See, I assumed the problem is that you couldn't vacuum because of your bottom surgery.
Also true. I guess I can again now. Actually, I did it the other day because I had so much fucking dirt because I'd been walking through mud. No, it's just because it's really hard for me to actually start doing it most of the time.
That makes sense.
Yeah. This donation goal really sucks.
Can you at least buy a Lego robot vacuum so you have to watch you put it together?
Well, see, the problem with that is the moment that I like finish building it and turn it on, it sucks itself up.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna lose so much Lego to this thing. Are you sure this is a good idea?
It creates like a black hole inside my apartment.
That sounds dangerous. They shouldn't sell these things.
No, I don't think so. And I will also, okay, so before we, I also, yeah, during the time I was gone, Jody got 2 new models, which is very fun.
Shut up!
Sorry, hey, what? I'm not trying to call you out or anything.
People have been making fun of me. It's not you. It's
Well, people need to shut the fuck up. I'm gonna go over all the subscriptions and thank everybody, and then is it called a subscription?
yes. It's
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
How long
it's
have you
been
been gone?
2 weeks, 2 months. Remember?
2 weeks.
2 weeks at least. We'll go over all of those, and then we'll go over the redeems.
Whenever the bot has collected 50 Legos, that's on you, Bill.
2 years. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's see. Guess who'd back do it? Guess
Mario.
What?
Mario.
Mario.
Help me, Mario.
Mario.
I'm scared.
Can I? Hold on. Filters. Ooh. Okay.
Zoe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no! Ow!
This is fucked up. She's just come back and you're already
Yeah,
injuring
that's kind
her.
of mean.
I said catch.
Oh, you did. Okay, never mind then.
It's your fault for not catching.
Sorry, my bad.
I threw the shit at you. It's your fault if you didn't just catch it.
Okay. Here we go. Thank you very much to Glefcomat, Kirakat, Mike Loves Rabbit, Dynalo, Kirakat. Oh wait, hold on. I have to read this better. Kirakat, thank you very much for subscribing. Glefcomat, thank you for subscribing. Kirakat, thank you for. Yeah, no, that's it. Michael Loves Rabbit, thank you. Jody, thank you. Kirakat, thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. Diaga, thank you for subbing. Clone, thank you for subbing. Polystars, thank you. Vex Fidel, thank you. Diaphine, thank you. That's Jody.
Subscriber rates
Me.
10,000 support.
Listen Up Stardust, thank you. Actual Captor, thank you. Osmodias, thank you. Melton Up, thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
You're welcome.
Alright, oh yeah, dude! Melton Up, a year, nice!
Let's
The Queen of Gala, that's me, Twinkle Chews, thank you very much for subscribing as well. Alright, and then we're gonna do all of the fucking requests. The redeems? Eggs. Yes, okay, we'll start with the eggs. Okay. This whole process, man, I can't believe I would do this 4 times a week.
I know, right? It's ridiculous. You really should make it better for yourself.
It's kind of fucking stupid. I want to do the eggs, you guys!
You've been gone for so long, you finally realize how stupid this whole process is.
Man, I should fucking automate the eggs or something. I don't know. Okay. It's time for the eggs, everybody! And the first egg of the day is from Diafiend!
That's me.
That's you! Then we've got Kira Cat, Jody,
Yay! Oh, I meant to post the wiggles when you say my name.
what did you say?
I said I meant to post the wiggles when you say my name. That's what
that's-
that's the thing I do.
Zero Elec, Green Clunk, Muzzle Flash, Zefkid, Mike loves Reddit, Lucina of Stardust, Actual Captor, Dr. Dr. Rudy G. Numpad, Wibbless, Anti-Guess, you better not guess, The Daylights. It makes sense that it's dark outside because you're inside watching me. Banshee Strikes, Medium Fun Area, Medium Fun Area, so this is pretty fun. This area's alright. Arliss Bloxer, starting the second X attack. Deaga. Jordan the Kitty. Radiant Sunbun. Revit BVT. Ashley Miami. Taringerine. Esteemed Jester. There's so many. Skylord Zoe. Another Zoe. Lil
There's too many
Floorball. What did you say?
There's too many eggs. I'm scared. I'm getting scared.
Oh, scared of all the great meals we'll be able to make with these. Polar Stars. Secret QWERTY. Speaking of which,
Welcome back. Missed the streams.
aw, thanks. I'm happy to be back. Thank you very much, Secret QWERTY, for subscribing. Where was I? Osman Diaz. Melzanoff. Vex Fidel. Twinkle Chills. Ugh. It's always fun when the egg music gets to go for long enough for that to happen. Sakurono. And the third egg stack starts with Rutsatera. Oh, Secret QWERTY, I'll get you in a moment. Jade of Space. Oh, just like Homestuck. Jade Biggity Bar. And Arachna Squid. Thank you all very much for all the eggs.
Let's fucking go!
This one's stuck also. There's so many stuck U-bots. Okay, wait.
Quickly,
Yeah.
Ahmad, put exclamation point mass bomb now. We must free them.
I do it.
I'm fucking hype.
Did I do it? Does that work?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here
Oh
we
yeah,
go.
I did it. Yay! Everybody is
They're like
free and okay.
fireworks.
Yay!
Don't forget to put the eggs behind the U-bots.
Oh yes, thank you.
No problem.
Again, I'm very much out of practice here.
Don't worry, I remember how you do things enough to help you out.
Why do you remember my things better than I do?
I don't know. I guess when you don't have to do them yourself, you can take note of things easier.
Sure. Alright, we've got some Sonic stickers. Obligatory guest choice and stickers. Let's start with Daya. There's one for Clone, and there's one for Jody. So everybody gets one. Thank you very much, Muzzle Flash, for these.
I would like Amy Rose as usual.
Okay.
Give me an Amy Rose earring, because that'd be rad.
There you go.
Can you place
Thank
Rouge the Bat atop my head?
Of course.
I also picked the Rouge back. I'll take the Knuckles
Well, you can both have
on
Rouge
my
if you
forehead.
want.
Knock, knock, it's not.
Let's- Do you want Knuckles or Rouge?
Oh. Well, I'll pick the Rouge.
Okay.
It's a rouge.
It's a rouge. There we go. And there was one for me, which I think is Omega on the crown. He will watch over you. Thank you, Omega. I need
Knock it off, Knuckles.
I need your strength in this
Zoe,
time of recovery.
I need to get you that spout 2 thing for your thing so that it doesn't show all of the menus.
You need to do what? I can't fucking hear you right now. Sorry. What did you say?
It's fine. They'll tell you after stream.
Yeah.
It's technical stuff.
All right.
It's
Okay.
stream
All right.
technical stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me some other time. We got that. We gotta take a sippy. Everybody take a sippy. Ow.
Hey, apparently my model looks perfect with my colon-free face. Excellent. Perfect.
I do like your model.
Oh.
I
very
have
nice.
lured people in. Now they won't expect it when I'm a complete asshole.
You're not. Don't say that about yourself. Come on.
I can pretend that I'm mean at least.
No, that's not good. I have ice cream. I have an ice cream PNG.
What?
And
Why?
in Hats for Derek, I have an ice cream PNG. Did I?
That's not a hat,
Ow.
Zoe. That's an ice cream.
I know, but you could use it as a hat.
on Derek.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say,
I
what did
did-
you want?
Let's take the ice cream then. Yippee.
Give ice cream to
Do you want it to be on him or like next to him so he's like enjoying it?
Anything can be a hat.
Put it in front of his face. That's
Okay.
if it's gonna eat it.
I don't think he can. There's an eyeball in his mouth. That
He
would
can do
hurt.
it. He can do it. He's normal.
Okay.
There we go. He's got a nice treat. Cheese for me. We're almost at the point where we can start playing Minecraft.
I even already like picked up Minecraft again, just so I can play with you. Oh, next to you.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say this is gonna be like a chill single player thing.
yeah.
This is the part of your streams I missed, the 40-minute build-up.
It's very long. And a pet. I've been pet.
How dare they?
It's fucked up.
Fucked the fuck up. Had they
That'll
got rid
do.
of making glass of lava? Could you make glass of lava?
I don't know. Could you?
No, I didn't know that if you could.
Could you with a mouse?
Yeah.
Could you in the house?
Could you on a boat?
Okay,
Could you go?
I want to talk about green eggs and ham because I think
Oh boy, here we
Samurai
go.
was valid for not wanting to eat those fucking green. If you see green eggs and ham, that shit's rancid. Like Samurai
Okay.
Ham was valid.
Thank you very much, Melsonoff. Okay,
no, Samurai
but
Am
I
was the
gotta
guy
say,
who
okay,
wanted to
listen,
give.
you don't live in fucking Who Land or whatever it's called, where everything is like fucking weird and people are creatures and things. It's
Okay, but
sure
I did-
if you see green eggs and ham in our world, you're like, that is moldy as fuck. I've never seen something this moldy, but it doesn't mean it's the same in their world, you know?
Okay, but I think writing a book teaching children that they're cowards for not eating ham that is green is a bad idea.
You might be on something, but I don't think you are. Does this work?
Damn. What the fuck are video games?
I'm trying to hold on. Go. Show. Yeah, there we go. Nice. All right.
Green eggs in our world, do we?
Like on the inside.
Oh, Minecraft! I cannot wait to play Minecraft.
Stop.
Do not do this. We don't need this in our lives.
This is not. No. It's okay. We don't need that. Do you guys see the game?
Yes, we do see the
I see-
game.
and it's not in monochromic colors.
Yo, now with difficulty? Hell yeah.
It's- What? Why is that relevant, Daya?
Because remember like all those streams ago where it was like fucking
Oh yeah, your
chromatic
screen
colors.
show is shit, yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm so glad the Discord finally fixed that shit. All right.
What
We
is
are.
it?
We
What's that
are.
world image?
It was looking down. I don't know.
Huh.
We are playing with some atmospheric mods and that's it. Ik heb geprobeerd om zo weinig mogelijk
Ja.
like gameplay mods te hebben die
Ja,
like
ja.
hoe je het spel speelt veranderen.
Ja.
Dus het is alleen maar like, mooier geluid en de zonneschijn en dat soort dingen. Weet je, gewoon hoe het eruit ziet is gewoon veel mooier.
Ja,
You know? Dus ja, het wordt gewoon een heel mooie vibes stream, you know? Dus hoe gaan we de wereld noemen? Hallo.
Jumapel
Hallo.
Jody.
Right.
It's been a long time since I took a foreign language.
It's alright. It's okay.
I
I
think
don't
I
feel
just
safe.
said
It's
my
not
name is
working.
Jody in
Aw, damn it.
French.
Is it not?
I don't feel safe. No, just say it. I don't feel safe.
I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe. Radiant Someone says it's always so fun hearing English loanwords in the middle of different languages. I will say, sometimes when you hear me say an English word, it's not because it's a loan word. It's just because I don't know the Dutch word. So,
Then you're not really speaking Dutch, are you?
I'm trying my fucking best. I'm trying my best. It's not my first language.
We all dream for a day
Yes,
where
it is.
someone doesn't have to speak Dutch again.
Okay, there should also be a lot of optimization, so it should perform well and stuff even while streaming.
That is atmospheric.
Isn't it though?
This is very trees.
It's very trees.
I'll have to steal some of these mods. This is fun.
Oh yeah, the
Oh, like
audio
in
ones are
Soundscape.
busted. It makes sense actually. Yeah, hold on. I know what to do. I'll just fix that real quick, like.
They're just normal men. They're just innocent men. Just innocent men.
What do you mean, normal men?
They're just
Authorized.
innocent men.
Not anymore.
Just
Makes you
innocent
complicit.
Sound clips.
They're just guilty men. Evil men.
They're just abhorrent men.
Fucked up, abhorrent men.
Alright, hopefully the sound thing should work again now. Game is loud, that makes sense. Get on. And they're fucked up and never show bad. I was expecting Minecraft to be another Planet Zoo fake out. You guys want to hear? No, actually.
Feel safe.
What? Now the fucking no! Now the car battery didn't work.
My
Feel safe.
Is that in the game? The fuck is
I
that
think
sound?
so, yeah. I think that's a creature of some kind.
That's the jungle. My
That's
jungle.
the jungle, Zoe. That's the jungle noises.
Well, that makes me scared. The car battery ran it real far to the left. What?
Welcome back to streaming.
The
you.
innocent men to abhorrent woman pipeline.
I love that actually. Are there horror mods? Oh, there are horror mods for Minecraft. 100%. I know of them, but I
Oh yeah.
have not installed any.
But none
I
of them are
actually-
scary, that's the problem. 'Cause it's
Some of them,
Minecraft.
some of them can be kind of scary. Okay, so one of them I know is oh, watermelon. Nice. That's very good for the farm. Are these ready? Can I get these? No.
Yes.
Wait. Yes, I can. Nice. One of
get
them
the
is like
jungle, so
this
it's
zombie
scary.
infestation that will like spread across the world and stuff. And if you combine that with like some hardcore survival mods, it could get pretty scary. You know?
I have a plan for a Minecraft server, right? What I want to do is I want to like just make a Minecraft server that has like just like vanilla plus mod stuff, right? Like just some fancy like vanilla stuff. And then like after a month of everyone playing and getting ready, I install the zombie infection mod and see how long people can survive.
That's fun.
I want to give
but-
everyone a chance, you know?
But today I installed a.
I update the mods.
Don't worry about it, gang. Just keep playing like normal. But today I installed
not inform
a
anyone.
mod pack that adds a lot of like realism mods to the game, which the most notable right now are of course the graphics and the soundscape, as well as like little bits of particles here and stuff.
Just like I'm really there.
It's like I'm really there. And considering we were gonna do like a very nice chill, we're just building a little farm stream, I thought that would be kind of a nice fit to really like immerse us in this world. It also came with a lot of gameplay mods, like making you wouldn't be able to like break trees with your hands. You have to get flint tools first, make those, and get like a third material that I didn't know where to get. No thanks.
Yeah, I know that exact mod. It's so annoying. Like I think I played on a server of it
Guinea
once,
pig.
and I didn't have like a pickaxe for like 3 hours. I was like, God.
The idea of a more in-depth survival experience isn't bad to me. It's just really not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for seeds, is what I'm looking for.
For the little farm.
Yeah, for a little farm. I don't think the jungle, beautiful as it is a good place to make a nice little farm. So we will be looking for a different, like a plains biome or something.
I agree. The jungle is famously farm unfriendly. There's so many creatures and evils in the jungle.
Well, the thing is, you don't need to build a farm in the jungle. You can live off the farm, the jungle. I mean, you know.
You can eat chocolate watermelon.
Yeah, I guess.
I've never seen. Do you think
They do have fun and games in the jungle. That is true.
Would
But
be nice.
we're not here for fun and games. We're here for honest, hard work, tilling the fields. You know.
Kids these days don't do enough hard work tilling the fields. You know, I think they need to build some character out on the land. I think.
They should go
As-
back into the coal mines where they belong.
Agreed. As someone who has tilled the fields, has worked on farms, I'm good. I'm okay with just keeping it virtual. Thanks.
Didn't you think it built character?
It builds a character. I mean, most of the people that I've worked with certainly had a character. I would prefer not to get built into that.
Fair enough.
I don't know how it is in other countries, but the people that I've worked with on the Dutch rural community, they weren't the most accepting people.
No.
Or the most knowledgeable about fucking anything. They
weren't
didn't know what being gay meant.
That's really unknowledgeable.
What do you mean?
At one point, I told them, because they were asking me about sex. They started asking me about sex, which is weird. About like my experiences with sex, and I just told them like, oh, I'm asexual. I haven't had and don't intend to have sex. And they were like, oh, what's asexual? And then another guy said like, oh, that's when you like men. What? Oh, this is not where I was expecting
I've
this
been
to go.
told that this is just what cis guys do. They just that's how they get to know each other. Is they ask about.
No, the women also didn't know.
sex.
Do you fuck?
The women did not ask me about sex. But they also did not know what being gay really meant or anything like that.
Sex is nothing.
Sex is nothing to me. A black sheep.
What do
Hello.
you mean 2 men? What do you mean 2 women?
2 men, 2
Two
women.
men?
That's fucked up.
Moomin?
Moomin Valley?
Moomin
Really?
Valley?
I think it would
There
be
is
really...
no term for liking men. That is also true. Which is kind of interesting to me that like gay means liking the same gender, and also is used as a catch-all, but more specifically means liking the same gender. But lesbian specifically means gay love with women. That's so interesting to me. Alright, this is looking better like a farm area, but...
You're stupid!
I don't know if...
Fuck.
You're right.
yeah, it's alright. Yeah, the Woolawoo.
I don't...
That's cute. Oh, village! Nice,
Yo,
perfect.
that's sick.
Oh yeah, we got
I
little...
like
we got
the... Oh, that's cool. I like
yeah,
that.
it's nice, it's nice.
Wishy splash, taking a bath.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on.
I've completely lost what I was saying. It doesn't matter. I was distracted by the splishy splash.
That's fair. It's a beautiful splishy splash. Let's go to this village and
It's a beautiful day, Zoe.
isn't it nice?
The sun is shining,
The birds are singing.
and kids like you should be burning in hell.
That's a fucked up thing to say there.
Wait, listen to this.
Oh, I love that.
Wow, Steppy.
It's nice. It's
I'm
nice.
stealing
it's
this
nice.
mod pack with you after the stream's done.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Go ahead. I cannot get enough of this kind of like immersion in games where it's just like, or well, it's not immersion. It's realism. That's different. Immersion gets used wrong a lot. Yippee!
You should be playing in VR.
I could. I would love that. But this kind of thing where it's just, you know, it's like, oh, you can hear the whole soundscape, and you have all these really nice tactile, crispy sound effects for walking around and stuff. I can't get enough of it. The one thing that I've bought so far in the Steam sale, because I have no money, is I did have money, but then I spent it on comic books, which is fine, you know. That's also stuff that I wanted, so it's whatever. Is like a hiking game, like a game that's just about hiking, and I was like very interested in it because I love to hike, and I really want to. I have yet to see like a game that really replicates the experience of hiking accurately.
Yeah.
You know, and I was hoping that one would do it because it's a game specifically about it. You know, and sadly it doesn't. The environments don't really feel that lush most of the time, and you walk like you're running, which is not accurate to walking.
Yeah.
In case you didn't know. So it's kind of funny that now I have this, and this does a better job of making me feel like I'm trekking through nature, and I'm really get to just immerse myself in the soundscape and stuff, you know. It's nice. Any going outside simulator is going to be lacking. That is true. Also, Tess Layden, hi, welcome back. It is always like. Going outside is always going to be better than simulating going outside, obviously. But there has just never been a game for me that gets as close as I think the virtual reality, whatever, virtual simulations could get.
Yeah.
And Kippy, and that's just, I think it'd be fun if it did get there. That is all.
That makes sense.
Wow, good immersions. Shithead.
Yeah.
I gotta do some X, but go ahead and talk.
The only thing I've got from actually I got two things from the summer sale so far. I got The Witness and Alien Isolation.
Nice.
I wanted that.
They're good.
I can't wait to get scared.
Fuck yeah. Tess Layden and Master Gun and Fuzzball Dave and Lord Slimeapple. Thank you all very much for your eggs. I totally forgot to... No, I didn't. I just got a bunch of new ones again, didn't I? Or did I? Wait. No. Okay, wait. The stretchy one was new. I heard that one.
The Witness slaps. I don't know anything about it. I know it's like a puzzle game, and like when it came out, people said it was cringe. But I decided to give it a go.
You gotta like the gameplay because, like it has one puzzle mechanic that it like elaborates on as the game goes on. But if you don't like that, then you know you're not gonna have a great time. But it also just is a very nice environment and stuff. Oh, Dad.
I'll give it a go.
I'm Daddy. Would you?
I'll give it a go. Maybe strange. Yeah.
Is The Witness made by the Braid guy? It was made by someone.
I think it was made by the Braid guy.
I think so. I don't want to steal your stuff. I'll leave. I'm gonna stay in here.
What do you mean? Do you want to see the stuff? He's a Minecraft villager. He's not.
We're not.
He doesn't
Okay,
have
listen.
feelings.
We're not. Shut the fuck up. Okay, that's rude. I'm also like a virtual entity from a video game, and I have feelings. And I know
Okay,
that
but
this
he
Minecraft. I know that this one doesn't have the same level of attentions as I do, but it doesn't matter.
Zoe, what if I took the disc that your game is from and I put it in the CD player? What would you do?
Well, I don't have a disc. I'm on a hard drive because I was never finished.
Okay, but if I burned you to a disc
Uh-huh.
and I put you in the CD player, what would you do?
I think I would try my fucking darnest to sing for you. Maybe I would just start whistling.
I think it,
The first track is just.
Hey, you put me in the CD player. You should put me in the PS1.
Yeah.
I think it would just be a.
Also, real quick, note for anyone with arachnophobia, the Minecraft spiders act a little bit more like they're like crawling along stuff now. Like they don't just like go up and down. They're actually like, so it makes it, you know, it makes them a little bit scary to look at maybe.
Zoe, I think you should have installed a mod that just replaces it with the word spider.
I should have, honestly, yeah.
I was gonna say, I think if you put Zoe in a CD player, it would just make like all of the syllables that makes up her voice, and that would be it.
I think you might be
Just
right.
be in order.
I think if you put Zoe in a CD player, it just makes like a
gonna
fucking
steal the
level
bedrock
0
too.
signal from Voices of the Void.
Why are you opening the door? There's monsters out there, idiot!
It's fine. There's a girl. Hey Zoe,
What's up?
rates the Minecraft golem as a robot body.
Car battery!
Ow! Well. Oh, Enderman. Let's see. Like, as they are now? Like, exactly this? Or more
Exactly
or less,
this, what you're
less
looking
blocky?
at.
Okay, alright.
If I put you in a meat
3.
3
They don't have elbows or knees.
doesn't need
need
elbows or knees.
Yeah, I would prefer to have those, please.
It's got
just
big
fucking-
arms.
Yeah, it's got giant arms that fucking slap you around and you go like 5,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
okay. This might be controversial, but having a nice freedom of movement and looking the way I want to look is more important to me than having big slappy arms.
Damn.
I'm sorry to say.
Damn, that makes complete sense. Fuck you.
They are like metal gorillas, that's true. Anyway, I think I'm gonna build my farm right here. This seems like a nice place for it.
Because
Even a
feed
farm.
all of the villagers from the farm.
There's horses and sheep and those pink things, pigs.
Pigs.
Sorry, pigs.
Oh!
We're being raided! Wow! Oh, it's Bunshines! Hi, Mai!
Hey,
hello, hello
Bunshines!
to you all your viewers. Hello. How are y'all doing? I'm Zoe Gunla Queen, and I'm finally back to streaming. I'm so happy to be here. I hope you had a really good time doing something. What was it?
Something.
That is actually, yeah, you asked me for my personal rating, and then you try to debate it.
Egg.
I
time?
can make my own arguments.
Zoe, if I put you
But sorry,
in a
shh, shh, shh.
64 cartridge,
Hold on.
I hate this
Oh,
fucking noises.
shut the fuck up! What the fuck did I just hear?
oh,
It's the soundscape from the village.
I said villages, but it's like really echoey for some reason.
Well, yeah, because you're hearing it from outside the village. Apparently they're humming loud enough that you can
Oh.
hear an echo.
they're in the cathedrals.
Ah,
They're
you
saying
think
their
so?
sermons.
Yeah, that's what it is. That must be what it is.
That's
Okay,
fucked up.
that's not gonna creep me out in the middle of the night.
They're going.
Anyway, you may talk.
If I put you in an N64 cartridge and I put you in my N64 and I tilt the cartridge, what would you do?
I think like I would start swinging my arms around really hard, and if you get close, you get hurt.
But what if it like glitches out your model and your head's in the floor?
Explode. I would explode.
Would you boot up if you were plugged into a Nintendo 64 with the DD drive installed?
I would. My game would inexplicably be completed, I think.
Oh hell yeah!
I think
that
what
was the missing thing. You had to have a DD drive.
Yeah.
I think what would happen is that Zoe would load in on the first frame, but the first frame of her loading in gives her 1064 health, which causes the game to soft lock and freeze, unable to make the game run.
Yeah, I think you're right. And then I would pop out and I would say, I'm so sorry for breaking your game.
I'm so sorry for breaking
I'm so
your
sorry
game.
for the breaking of your game.
And then I would scream because you became real.
And I would say,
That's
well,
so
but I am your
cool.
friend. But I am your
fucked up.
friend.
Why would you be scared of Zoe? Look at her.
I'm your friend.
Look at her. She's your friend.
I'm so sweet.
She's friend with a W specifically.
Yeah.
And then I would ask, how'd you come out of the TV?
And then I would go, I don't know. That's fucking scary, dude.
Have you ever watched The Ring?
No, it's scary. Yeah, Mario comes out of your TV to drink your milk like in the fucking Ring.
Yeah, that is what happens in the ring.
Sorry, I don't want to question your location for your farm, but could you move like out of range of the echoey sound effects?
No. Listen, that's how we know we're part of the community, you know?
I don't want to be part of this community.
Stop. Like, friend.
Zoe in fucking in her bed at 3 a.m. hearing just.
I have to fucking move, dude.
I gotta get out of here.
I gotta fucking move. Okay, we have to build a little mine. Let's see.
A little yours?
A little ours.
No, comrade. And ours?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I won't do it near the village because if monsters get out and kill the villagers, I'll feel really bad. So, okay, so I'm gonna build my house here, and I'm gonna put the farm like here. You know, it's like a square. It's like a rectangle divided into 4 rectangles. And one of them is going to be my house, and then the other 3 are going to be farmland, is the plan. So then, okay, these fucking... Oh my god, I have to kill all of them.
Yes, see, this is what I'm saying already. You're tired of the noise?
Can I still hear them?
Yes.
What the hell?
They're so fucking... This is ridiculous. This mod is, like,
Yeah,
not
maybe this
working with
isn't as
those
good as I
guys.
thought it was.
How loud are they going? You can hear it from across the fucking...
They're actually just like
Across the
shouting at
phone.
each other. They're fighting.
Pretty sure that's just how churches are. Like, you'll hear them from like miles away.
I've lived near several churches. That is not true at all.
That's certain. I mean, you can hear the bell.
Yeah, but not the
You don't
people
hear the
inside.
priest inside.
No, they're very soundproof actually, because they're usually made of like old stone.
Yeah, because then it would be warm inside.
Yeah.
There should be a way to consent to people coming through the television. It's not. Listen, I don't do it on purpose. You know, it just happens. I don't get to choose.
She only comes to kill you after 7 days.
I
It's
don't
fine.
fucking go to kick. No,
And she has realistic bloodshot eyes.
that's true.
And she's like, "Hi, I'm the evil Zoe. The evil."
I actually just say I'm Zoe, and it's implied.
It's implied that you're evil.
I'm not evil.
Are you not?
I'm a little heinous, maybe, but I'm not evil.
A little heinous, just a little heinous.
I'm a little heinous, maybe.
Oh, you're
I
just a little
consent to
heinous.
Zoe coming through my TV. Thank you. And I fucked up, and the show passed.
Heading on the head thing like, oh, who's a little heinous?
And then I bite you.
Yes! Oh.
I think if Gauntlet Queen was burned onto a PS1 disc and you put it in a CD player, it would be like Symphony of the Night, where Alucard says, "There is game data here. You should put this in an actual PS1, but you're not gonna listen, are you?" And then a secret song from the soundtrack plays. Yeah, and the secret song is me whistling the entirety of Through the Fire and Flames. It's multiple tracks as well. Like I do the drums and everything, and it's awesome.
I think if you burnt Zoe onto a demo disc, onto a PS1 disc and put it in, it would just load up her model, but like in a black void, and she'd be like, "Well, you could at least brought my castle over as well." So this place is empty. Like, why didn't you bring any of the other assets, you dumb bitch?
Yeah, I absolutely would be like, "Could you bring the rest of my stuff, please?" Why did I put this here?
Oh, it's already eaten.
It's already eaten.
Well, yeah, because it was kind of fucking late.
Haven't even started the little farm yet.
No.
The farm is also like that's our big goal. We can't be like instantly done with it.
Well, yeah, but it's gonna take a while anyway. Like, I have to do the farm building and the crops out and stuff.
You might want to stop that
fields.
alarm before you get coverage.
Oh, you're so fucking right. Thank you. Wow, gang, it sure is already 9 p.m. even though we've only been streaming for already an hour. That's actually wild. And so it is time for me to do my estrogel, which means we're going to take a 20 or so minute break, during which I do that. During that time, I would like you all to think about if you have any medicine that you have to take, and please remember to do so. Remember to stay hydrated, get up, stretch your leggies, get some snackies, and we'll be back here and continuing the build of my beautiful, beautiful farm. I assume it will be after the break, and we'll be playing some nice music for y'all during the break, of course, also.
Oh.
Ew.
Can we get a rating of new 13 from BlazBlue as a robot body? Let me see. I don't know who that is. Not by name, anyway. Well, it appears to have multiple designs. I'll pick the one that's most robotic, I guess. Still appears to have like a human-y face either way, which is a downside. Just kind of looks like a person in like a suit, in like a skin-tight suit.
Sounds like not a great robot.
No. It's better than being a human still, so... I don't know, 5.5?
Fair enough.
Sorry. I need my robots to look like robots, you know? Could we get a rating for TV to Lego robot? Cute. Oh, we have an alpha team. I assume is the one you mean. This one had two designs, like a more human design and one that's just like a little TV on Lego legs. It's very cute. I don't want to be a TV on Lego legs. Sorry, 2. 2. Sorry. Now, if you guys have any other robots that you want me to rate, you can send them to my to my Tumblr. Do not DM me on Discord. You can send me a Tumblr, ask about it or something, and I'll give you a nice analysis. Or you can ask me after the break or something. But not now, because we're gonna go on a break.
Can't believe you guys are stealing my bit. This was my rating system.
It's my rating system. It's your bit.
Okay, that's fair.
All right. So I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes or so. Bye bye. See
you later.
How do you do this? Hold on a second. How do I go on break? Shit. This one? Oh, good.
I don't feel safe.
We're the monsters and fire breathers. We were the quiet sunrise leavers. You were a good girl. What could I do? I was a lost boy when I met you. Hold me till I'm not lonely anymore. It's only the crashing of the ocean to the shore. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy.
Grounten 2 laf, grounten 2 laf, grounten 2 laf, grounten 2 laf, grounten 2 laf.
We were the rebels, lone survivors. We were the cult of deep sea divers. We were young once, but then we grew old. We were shining, but we were fools gold. Hold me till I'm not lonely anymore. It's only the crashing of the ocean to the shore. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. 'Cause in the dark there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy. There are no strangers. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost. There are no strangers.
Should have known at the end of summer, the innocence fades and the weak become stronger. Should have known at the end of summer, I'd be lost without you.
The skyline looked like a stained glass window. The city sang such mad crescendo. 4 bare feet on a rain-soaked street. Summer air brushed fever dreams. Disappeared in a camera flash. Why do the bad girls and lemonade? Electro spins in the
Hi, thank you everybody so much for the raid. We're on break right now. Sorry, but we'll be back in sometime. 8-ish minutes or something. But thanks so much. Thank you very much, Arlie and your viewers, for the raid. I hope y'all had a really good time.
Should have known at the end of summer, the innocence fades and the weak become stronger. Should have known at the end of summer, I'd be lost without you.
4 quartets and no regrets, except for the Polaroids I left. You were just some spell I was under. Don't fall in love with the man on stage. I'll be on in a minute. I'm just sharpening my blade. Don't fall for his flattering tune. That perfume. fall for the monsters in this maze, but I could love you forever if you'd meet my gaze. There's traffic on the bridge, but the skyline shines with a certain light. And I know you're sick of it, but I know we're happy we're nearby. And there's a possibility that one day things will get better for the huddled masses in between the shadows and the stars, floating empire held up by frame wire. Higher cover you in winter like a blanket by the fire. And when the rent's too high, we'll just buy cheaper wine and hang on to see if weather constellations hold together or not. For years in Brooklyn, and happy birthday, darling, when we feel young again. I'd like to take you dancing, 'cause there's a possibility that one day things will get better for the huddled masses in between the shadows and the stars.
I may have to. Wow! Zoe got raided again.
Stream go.
Whoa! What?
The side
Stop
stream is
sharing your
gone.
game. Car battery!
Oh.
At least your Minecraft didn't crash.
No, it's probably just because I'm not in it right now. Ow. Eee! Hi!
Hello, everyone.
And thanks again very much for to Arlie, Darkfire, and all your viewers for the raid. I hope you guys had a very good stream. My hands, thank you. Hi. Let's keep building our little Minecraft village. I mean, farm.
We still can't see the stream.
Can you not? Can you still not?
The
game closed on the system.
Oh, it's just gone. Okay.
It's gone.
That's
so gone.
stupid. You were
Just
sitting
like
streaming
your
with your
monkey
sister, and it
ball.
was fun. Nice.
It's like Monkey Ball.
Gone. Yeah, you're right.
I need to play Monkey Ball. I miss Monkey Ball.
I was never that big a fan of it, I'm gonna be honest. Nothing against it.
There's
Just,
no monkey in the ball.
I know.
Evil
let's
Monkey Ball.
Monkey in the ball. Fuck off. Anyway, okay, no. Okay, well, how are we gonna build the plate on the floor? Actually, hold on. Let's see.
Do you think a monkey and a ball could ever fall in love?
No,
I think you should use something that you can walk on.
I think
That's it.
that I built the wrong thing. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
But now we have a backup shovel. It's fine.
I don't think you can make windmills in Minecraft.
Well, I mean, you can make them. They just won't operate unless you're using mods. Oh shit. I do think it'd be nice to have a windmill, considering I'm Dutch.
You'd make a windmill, but then instantly get scared of it and try and fight it.
That's true. Hey, I'm using her bed for a second. Thank you. May we get a rating of Deus Machina Nirvana from BlazBlue as a robot body, please? All right, give me a moment. I should make that a redeem. You can submit a robot and I'll give you a rating of it, because otherwise it's just gonna pause the stream every time someone just says it.
I better get a kickback of channel points for this.
Let's see.
Here's
Ooh,
here's my robot.
Okay.
How do you rate this?
All right, hold on. Wait, I'm looking at Deus Ex Nirvana, and I gotta say that is good. Oh man. Okay, wait. Let me get a good image to. Hold on. Can you just like, yeah. What? Nope. Okay, never mind. She was there for a second. A little, Deus Ex Nirvana jump scare.
If
So
it's WebP, it only appears like a second for some reason.
and it's dumb.
Really not.
It wasn't. It was just because I dragged it from the.
Okay.
I don't know. Whatever. Oh, something just happened. Everybody jumped. What? Everybody jump?
I don't know.
It was fun.
He
Yay.
looks kind of weak.
I think someone just followed or something, but the chat didn't tell us. Anyway, so that's an image that I'm seeing, and I'm seeing, and like already, like I like that the face, like she's feminine, but she is like clearly like artificial, which I like. But there's also this. She's got really big, sharp claws.
Okay, that makes more sense because I was looking at the image and her arms seem spindly and weak, but this image makes more sense.
This is a pretty good one. I like this. I will give this one a especially like the one that focuses on the hand. Like this one, the fingers are just they're just sticks, but these are like articulate, and that's very good. So I'm going with this design. And
Is
I will
that an
give
official design? Or is that fan art?
I assume so. I don't know. So I will give this one. I think I would give this one an 8.9, which is quite a high rating. That's a good one. I like that one. Ow.
I think we should explain how the rating system works. So
Oh,
for
sure,
anyone,
yeah. Oh, shit.
For anyone who doesn't know how Zoe's robot body rating system works, anything below a 5 means it's worse than being human. Anything above a 5 means it's better than being human.
Yes.
So like the good starts at 5 and the bad starts at
also
1,
5, I guess.
No, so
What
5,
do,
yeah.
what do you think of this robot I put in the chat?
I'm also gonna say real robot.
You
No,
guys,
I've got to...
just send me
let's
fucking Tumblr asks.
stop, because this is gonna pause the stream every single time. No more robot rating.
Okay, I'm rating Diaz, and that's it. I can't. Okay, hold on. Can I? Does this work? Okay, yeah, save image.
So
This thing is insane.
I'm going to the patent office tomorrow and patenting this bit so that no one can pause the stream using it again.
What sort of robot do you think you'd rate an exact 5? I mean,
Car battery!
oh, I guess. I died. I'm dead.
I killed you.
Dead forever.
Bam, 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 da, 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 da.
Happy to be of service.
Oh, cool. It's just me again. Good.
Oh, that's easy enough.
Well, I do lose my my hair dye, so that's one thing.
That's true. I did punch your head, yeah.
Darn. My hair dye. I look much softer and more gentle now, which I guess is accurate, is fitting for the stream. Anyway, this insane thing that Daya has sent.
This is Zero Must EG.
It's from
Fucking scary, dude.
It's from what?
Final Fantasy VI.
I was expecting Shin Megami
PSP
Tensei.
version.
Okay.
No.
This thing is insane. It looks very cumbersome, and while there is a woman on there, it feels like that's a captive, if anything.
She doesn't look happy about it.
She does not look happy to be there.
It's fine.
I'm sorry. Hey, you were asking for my personal opinion.
This design
No,
feels
I'm,
like...
I'm saying it's fine with the woman. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
All right, okay.
This design feels like the artist started drawing and then just didn't stop until someone forced the pen out of their hands.
They're like fighting her. Okay. Yippee! Okay. I am extremely fine and would like to have my robot body be a little a little fucked up, you know, like clearly
Little
not human,
monstrous.
little monster in there, clearly not human, you know. I feel like this is too much though. It's too much. How do I do
this? You can't cuddle this. You can't
right,
hold hands
right.
on this.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We could hold hands. I think you could do that, but 3.6.
I would not hold hands to this thing because those hands don't look holdable. Like
That's-
they look like I would.
I get
they
it.
look like
It's-
would catch my flesh.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I gotta do some eggs also.
I won't lie, it is trying to kill you.
Okay, well, I mean, but if I'm it, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You got a
Bunshine's
girl in
egg.
there.
Soda Vampire. Ayo, hell, hi. Crimson Flasher. AOL, by the way, is one of the channels that you might have seen. One person whose channel you might have seen me on during my hiatus, as well as Jody right here.
Yeah. True.
Crimson Flasher. James 70. Hey, what's up? And that's it. That's all the stuff now.
I'm going to review Zoe as a stream guest.
Oh, I have to dab. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Give me a fucking review.
10
How do I
out of 10 stream guest. Very, very talkative. Very nice to have on. I would recommend to other streamers.
Thank
Oh
you.
gosh, thanks.
Dive into 1.
Out of 1.
Okay.
No, incorrect.
1 out of 1. Perfect
Number
score.
1. You're number 1, dude.
Yeah,
Fuck
number
yeah.
one.
You
Let's
raped
go.
me.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is
I
a
wanna-
1, you're a 1.
Ah, yeah, this is happening.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna keep that tree because I like it there.
Dive into 1 because every time they come on, it's just soundboard noises.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
I think you're fucking crazy.
How?
I
We're
can't, I
we're
can't
right
be
next to the
fucking
jungle
crazy.
biome.
I'm asexual.
Ha 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 ha. There's like half a second of laughter. That's really good, actually. Oh my god. I'm saying the ideal robot body is the abductor virgin from Elden Ring. Very, very cool, monstrous woman robot. That is true. Not my personal number 1 choice, though.
I think the ideal robot body is the one you build yourself. What the
Yeah, I
fuck was
agree.
that?
Zombie.
Oh, okay. That was a scary fucking zombie noise.
I know. Is it after us? Okay.
Zoe's afraid because I can do that perfectly.
Wait, did you? Was that just? Oh, fuck you! I thought it was weird, and I thought it was after us because it wasn't like echoey anymore. So I was like, it's gotten out of the cave, asshole. You little monster, you.
It's then the ghosts. It's then the ghosts. It's then the ghosts.
It's me the ghost. It's me the ghost. It's me the ghost. What is your ideal robot body, if you don't mind me asking? I don't know yet. Has yet to be has yet to be created.
Gauntlet Queen.
Has yet to be crafted.
Gauntlet Queen isn't a robot. I'm a cyborg. Oh, ow. Like, it's whatever I come up with if I design a robot model, you know. But Jenny Wakeman is certainly a good option. I think a good baseline.
True.
Just
Car battery.
Haha.
Funny.
I get hurt.
it's just so. Gauntlet Queen's a cyborg, right? But what if your entire consciousness was like in one of the gauntlets, and he just ran around like that thing from the Addams Family?
You mean Thing?
Yeah, like I mean thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. That's a robot body right there.
There we go. It's not ideal, but it's a robot body.
Very easy to hold hands with.
Well, not hands, just one.
Just the one hand. I mean, who needs 2 hands, really?
I mean, I wouldn't say no. Okay, I'm
Punch
making.
people in the shins and they're like, ow.
Ow! Oof! Ouch!
Oh, stop.
Wait, how do I?
stop doing that.
My
You could
shins!
tie people's shoelaces together and it would be very funny.
Oh my god, gang! It's almost like a creeper phase. Do you see that?
I do see that,
That's
yes.
scary.
Oh, man.
What does it mean?
little creeper.
Die! Shut up!
Can I ban Dyer, please? Can you give me mod privileges in this server so I can ban Dyer?
No, sorry. Also, I'm doing this wrong. This isn't what I had intended. This is never what I. It's never what I had intended to happen.
I don't want to die here. Dyer is saying bad words.
You know, one of my funniest things about English taking words from another language and then, but then, like changing it,
Yeah.
and then is the word crap?
Cap.
Crap.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, crap.
Clape.
Yeah,
Crepe,
which
yeah.
which
Yeah, like
a lot
the
of English
pancake.
people are like, oh, that's crepe. You pronounce it as crepe, and it's like, no.
No, you pronounce this
Crepe.
crap.
Yeah.
Crepe.
No, crepe. Yeah.
Clape.
Not crepe,
Okay.
but then some people are like, yeah, but then some
crap.
people are like, no, you can't say it like that because then it sounds like crap, and it's like, you so.
It sounds like poopy diarrhea.
It sounds like
bullshit.
shit.
What
You
were
can
they
say it like
thinking?
that.
People who tell you it's pronounced crepe don't actually know how to pronounce crap.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, or though they do, but they just refuse.
We don't want to say I'm eating crepe.
Also,
Oh,
hi,
Melody.
Ota.
We don't say I'm eating crepe. You say
Crepe.
I'm eating a crepe.
I'm eating shit.
Crepe.
I say I'm eating folded pancake.
That's especially stupid. I'm gonna fold you like a pancake. All right, okay.
Don't
Okay.
say that. I'm lying.
I'm gonna build my
I'm
farmhouse.
misinformed.
Like a pancake.
I'm gonna build my beautiful farmhouse. I'm doing it. I hear the villagers in the distance. It's like we're
your
living in the
opinion?
fucking Alps, the way that we can hear them with the
Find
echo.
me in the Alps.
So, what's your opinion on the creeper design, like character design and game design?
You got
I
What
have
is that?
heated opinions on the
Ow.
Minecraft creeper.
Oké, nou, ik zal je mijn mening over de creeper vertellen nu.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Ik vind dat de creeper... ik vind het wel grappig dat hoe het tot stand is gekomen met dat het eerst een varkentje hoorde te zijn, maar dat ging fout. En dat is leuk en alles.
Ja.
Maar ik vind dat het eigenlijk niet zo heel goed past. Als het in de Nether zou leven, dan zou het oké zijn, want daar is alles best wel raar, weet je wel. Maar on the surface world, everything is normal things, you know, like we know what a spider is and a skeleton and a cow and things like that. But what the fuck is a creeper? Why is it's the only outlier just about that just like appears naturally on the surface, I feel. You know what I mean?
Well, I guess on the surface, yeah, you guess you're right there. Well, I mean, there's like, the Enderman.
Endermen have an
Okay, but
explanation in that
they're
they come
yeah,
from a
they're
different
explicitly not
dimension.
from the world, yeah.
Like if creepers had an
They still
explanation
walk
like
on the
that.
world.
Well, yeah, but we know that they teleport here from the end, you know? God, this sound. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good.
Okay, so let me give my opinion on creepers. I think creepers are awful fucking game design, especially for Minecraft. Like absolute, like a
she's
creature
mad,
that doesn't make a
Chad. She's
noise
so
and
mad.
can destroy your fucking build.
Oh, she
Like what the
hates
fuck are you
them.
even thinking?
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's so out of place and so antithetical to the fucking entire point of the game. Like, you gotta look behind you constantly to make sure you're not about to get fucking blown up. Like, why is that fun game design? Why is that fun for anyone? And it doesn't even give you all the blocks back that it blows up, so there's fucking holes everywhere. Like, there's no wonder every single fucking server you play on turns off the explosion damage, because it sucks. It's bad design. It's disgusting.
Oh, she's mad.
I am mad. I
Oh,
have so
Mojang,
many
watch
issues.
out.
I have so many issues with Minecraft's game design. I honestly think Minecraft is a bad game.
Jody hates Minecraft. An apple, but I just got an apple. How could you? Look at your hated.
Captain Laserbow did make a good question. What about phantoms? You know, those things that fly in the sky if you don't sleep for like 3 days.
Those
That's so
are
awful game design.
those are manifestations of like sleep deprivation. They're not just like naturally occurring things in the world either.
Yeah.
Well, if I see them and I'm like sleep deprived and I'm in multiplayer, other people can see them too.
Well, they're physical manifestations. I didn't say they weren't physical.
Oh.
I can do this all day.
Okay, here's the problem with phantoms, right? It's that like, okay, actually, here's the problem with Minecraft in general. Okay, is that Minecraft punishes you for leaving your base. Like, it generates this fucking entire world for you to explore. This supposedly infinite world, and then punishes you for leaving your base for too long. Because if you die, you lose all of your fucking progress and stuff. Like, that's dumb. Like, it perfectly, like, it incentivizes you to stay in a single place and to just, like, farm shit.
I don't agree.
Going out and exploring.
No, I don't agree with that.
Why do you agree?
I don't think so.
Ravagers?
I think there's. I don't think it punishes you. There's a joy to me in like, getting really well prepared to go out on a big expedition, and then if you do die, it's like, oh damn, I'm gonna have to prepare even better. Like I think maybe that's just not the type of game that you want out of it, and that's fine too. Because what we're doing right now? We're like, right now I'm specifically playing because I want to stay in this one spot and build a little farm. And that's fine too. Minecraft caters to that as well. The game doesn't say you have to go out and get killed a bunch, Also, thank you, I made it myself.
What's the end point to, like, going out on an expedition? Because there's nothing to find. Like,
Yeah,
the only
there is.
reason I ever go on an expedition is so I can find another place to build another home because I'm fucking bored.
What do you mean? Okay, listen. Again, it's all what you want out of it. It's what you. Why do you want to go on an expedition? Is it because you want to
what
go
are you
find a
looking for,
jungle temple, or because you want to find the stronghold so you can get to the end?
Why would anyone want to find a jungle temple? It's got nothing
'Cause
but
it's-
free
I don't
chests
know,
with no
'cause it's-
loot.
Okay, Jody, you just don't like Minecraft, I think, and that's okay. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be for you.
I don't know. I just get frustrated because Minecraft used to have so much promise, and now they release like one update every 2 years with like 0 features, and it sucks.
2 creepers, it's fuck. I will say that the way that they do the mob votes is fucking stupid.
For me, I would say like Minecraft didn't even need updates like the past 5 years.
I need fucking. I need
It's a good
logs.
game already. Like, and if you want
have
something
bones?
new, you have mods.
I can't
so
even
many
tell
mods.
I can't even tell it's had updates in the past 5 years. Like, the things it adds are so
Yeah.
minuscule and pointless that it's like fucking. It's not even worth like considering them updates. Like, there's so much stuff they could add. Like, you can't tell me that they've got a full team of people working on this shit when it's so slow with nothing coming out for it. Like,
Okay.
what are they doing?
I will say this feels like a different thing than what you said before. That
Oh, yeah, it's all
which is that you
different
just first you were saying you don't like going out and exploring, which I don't think is
Oh, yeah.
fair. Saying that their updates are
No,
saying that
it's-
their updates are too
that's-
scarce. That's a different issue, which I do
Oh
agree
yeah,
with.
I changed topics, but also like I do enjoy going and exploring. In fact, my favorite thing to do in Minecraft is to leave my house and go and explore the biomes. But my biggest issue is there's barely anything to find in them. Like, you can find a cool randomly generated structure like once every 5 hours of walking, but like there's nothing to find. There's like the generation isn't interesting to me anymore because like it's just all the same shit. Like, I wish there was like more structures, like randomly generating structures, but then they don't add that sort of shit. They just add like, oh, this is a new mob that does jack shit, and oh, this is a new weapon that also does jack shit because you can't get it till you fucking beaten the Ender Dragon.
All right.
But there's just
Okay.
nothing there.
Okay, I I understand your frustration. Maybe not now.
Fine.
Maybe not when I'm just trying to have a nice time.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry.
No, I do agree that it would be cool if they added more official things that are interesting. But right now we don't have to concern ourselves with that because we're just trying to be a little farmer girl.
That's
There's
fine.
bunnies in the game.
That's true, there's bunnies in the game.
There's bunnies. What more could you want?
Yes, I'm very sorry for going on a minute. I get frustrated with Minecraft a lot.
Hey gamers, this is my Minecraft rant.
This is why whenever I make a server, I just put myself into creative mode and start planting TNTs everywhere.
Yeah, which is why I don't want to be on a server with you. It seems not good.
No, I don't blow up other people's stuff. I just put caches of TNT in places, for people to find. Like it's just like a little surprise box.
Sure. Anyway, we're farming. This is a farm world.
I would never grief someone's build, Zoe.
Okay. Well.
Why are you saying okay like you don't believe me?
Because you've told me stories of you doing exactly that.
Yeah, when I was like 12.
I don't know about that. I feel like you've told me stories about more reasons. Oh, there's 3 over there. No, wait, those are trees in the village. I shouldn't be taking those. That's rude. That one I can take. I'm so nice to these villagers. I like that they're called illagers. That's their species. So you have villagers and pillagers.
Yeah.
That's cute. It's clever. Sippy. I have a sippy.
To me, there will always be cool certificates.
Oh yeah, that's what they used to be called.
Yeah, they had it flying above their head. They were certificates.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on a second. Am I missing any eggs?
You know how the Easter Bunny hides egg with the Minecraft Jackalope hides TNT? It's true.
I am missing some eggs, as a matter of fact. We collectively are missing some eggs. Shut up for a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Octacopy, starting the 4th egg stack. Boop, 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 boop. And we've got Gray. Roshan. Octa and Roshan are both wonderful, by the way. Very nice streamers. And Peppermint Moth, what a cute name. Thank you very much. Okay, what were we gonna say?
I was gonna say, I just think, TNT's too rare in Minecraft. And that sometimes you need a little boost to help with your mining.
Okay, but it's something that you earn. Isn't it fun?
I mean, after like 15 years of earning it, I'm bored of earning it.
I think Minecraft's just not for you.
No, I like Minecraft.
I think you should not be allowed. I'm contacting Mojang.
What do you mean you don't think I should be allowed?
I don't know, you just
I have a lot of
just
criticisms,
being a little
but like
stinker.
I have a lot of criticism of Minecraft, but I don't think it's possible to
wait, did you see
dislike
that? Hold on,
Minecraft.
look.
Oh, you actually eat the apple.
Cute.
That's cute. But yeah,
That's
I don't think it's
one of the mods also.
I don't think it's possible to dislike Minecraft. I don't think anyone dislikes Minecraft. It's just like there's a lot of things you can criticize it for.
Sure. That's true. I never found a use for TNT in my playstyles. Never found a need to blow things up. Me neither. I never really care about TNT personally.
I always use it to get to to mine faster. Like, you know how some people just dig little staircases.
Yeah, that's what I do.
I do that once and then blow it open with TNT. So I've got this big rounded tunnel that I can go down.
I make what I do is, so what I did here, right, when I dug a little hole here like this, what I then do is I start building digging a staircase along the edges.
Yeah.
And digging the entire layer out along with it. So what you end up with is just a really long spiral staircase with a giant hole in the middle. It's very precarious.
Yeah, no.
Oh, nice.
One sec, I must respond to Maznov. I don't trust that jacklet with TNT. I don't know. I can guarantee you I've done a lot more research into explosive safety than you have, buddy.
Well, it
I
doesn't
know
mean
how
you
to handle
follow it.
explosives.
Okay, you might know how to handle it, but that doesn't mean that we trust you not to blow stuff up that you're not supposed to blow up on
You
purpose.
can trust me. I'm nice.
Ow.
I have common decency. I don't grief people. Stop it. You're making me feel bad now.
Sorry.
I don't grieve people. I don't.
So you think you'd try and find some cherry blossoms? I'm sure with
don't feel
shaders the
safe.
petal effect would be very cute. Ooh!
Oh, that would be cute.
That does sound nice.
Also, I gotta say, it's so weird seeing the model of a character. Like when you look down.
Oh yeah, it's
so-
very, very strange. Not used to that.
Yeah, same.
Easy Pete would say otherwise. I'll have you know, when I streamed New Vegas, Easy Pete gave me that TNT because I knew how to handle it.
Where do you find a cherry blossom? Because yeah, that would be very, very nice. There's actually some cherry blossom like near where I live. It's in bloom
You
right now.
have
It's
to
very
find a
pretty.
specific biome. I think it's fairly rare, to be honest.
Oh, dang it.
But you know, you might get lucky. Maybe some around.
Well, I don't really intend to go exploring real far.
Well, fair enough.
I'm looking to just make a farm. Keeping it chill and nice today.
Vex Fidel, why would being a railway safety inspector mean that you'd expect them to play a D&D paladin well?
What? Knowing
Vex
explosive
Fidel,
safety means bumpkins. Once I played D&D with someone who was a railway safety inspector and who had accreditation. They played an old school D&D paladin badly.
Why would knowing railway safety mean they play a good paladin?
I also don't know what accreditation means.
Accreditation. It means that they are credited with what's the word? Like a degree in it. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, explosive. Then you know how to play shit up, blow shit up.
Why would that?
Okay,
why
well-
would that mean they know how to play good paladin? I'm confused.
Paladin, yeah, I don't. They were just stepping
Paladins
out of
blow shit
their
up.
comfort zone. That's like what playing D&D is about. Man, I need fucking more trees. I wish we were like in a forest or something. Oh well, too bad we never were.
That's true. We've never been in a forest in this whole
Never
game.
ever.
Never ever.
Was it Radiohead that had a song called The Forest?
I don't know.
I think it was Radiohead. Can someone check that?
Can someone check it?
Please, I must know.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. Oh, it was a Cure.
Cure,
Oh,
apparently.
yes.
You ever played the game The Forest?
No.
Actually, looks fun.
I'm not really interested in crafty survival games that aren't Minecraft.
I was gonna say you added that aren't Minecraft just in time.
No, that was intentional.
Okay, fair enough.
I paused for comedic effect because I'm so funny.
I've been kind of wanting to try Rust recently. I watched a couple of Rust videos. It actually looks kind of fun.
I'm not really interested in crafty survival games.
A lot of kids spinning slurs, though. That's the one downside.
Yeah, that's kind of what I know about it. The only forest I've played is Forest Frontiers and Roller Coaster Tycoon. That's the only one you need. That's the best one.
The only forest I need is the one near my house where I have so much fun.
Yeah. It's been so long since I've been in the woods. Or anywhere else that's not in the city.
You have to go to the woods. To the
Yay.
woods with you.
Yippee!
Everyone, I have eaten a lot of yummy food and now I'm feeling sleepy, so I'm going to take a nap.
Okay.
Okay.
Enjoy
See
your
you
nap,
later,
Daya.
Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Bye. Wait, do you want to give yourself a shout out? Do you want to plug anything?
Shout out to me. I stream video games.
Fuck
I
yeah.
don't know when, but I usually do it on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Not this week though, because I got personal stuff this weekend.
They don't know when and they don't know where, but they will stream video games.
I will stream video games. You will know when. Thank you.
You cannot stop them.
Yeah.
I will stop them.
I go take a nap now. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Bye, Daya.
You should make some torches, though.
I should make some torches. You're so right. Smartest thing you've said all day.
What the fuck? Why are you being so mean to me today?
I'm sorry. I don't know. What do you mean unlit? What the fuck?
Wait, this is one
Oh, no.
you need to make a flint steel.
Shit.
I've seen this mod before. It doesn't
Fuck.
automatically light your torches.
Oh, that's annoying.
Wait, have the torches in the villagers' houses gone out as well? They
Shit.
have, and the ones on the street lamps.
Crap.
Oh, this is
Okay.
bad.
Wait, that's so weird because I was
You're
playing.
playing hard mode. Oh no.
I was playing earlier today and the torches were on. We're in like a different world.
Well, yeah, but I guess they went out over time. Because they were lit, like, earlier, so...
They got over time. Oh, that's. Hold on a second. We're getting rid of that. I don't want that.
Damn, I hate this mod.
My friends.
Cringe
Don't want
mod.
that. Okay, let's see. Which one of these would that be?
It's the one that gives the nice soundscapes.
Of course it would be.
I wouldn't
I thought.
install
Oops.
the mod.
I thought I got rid of all the ones that weren't just pure visuals. And ambience and shit.
I
Oh,
wouldn't
except for the
install
seasons one. I kept that one because that one seems nice.
I
go
once
ahead.
installed a mod, and it claimed all it did was add a few new biomes, right?
Uh-huh.
But one thing I found out later is that for some reason I also made creeper explosions like 3 times worse. And after I found this out, I went on the page and looked at the comments. It's like, why the fuck are the creepers so fucking massive now? And the author never responded. I'm like half convinced that it was for some reason a very elaborate troll mod. But like the biomes were nice. I just don't know why the creepers exploded so much.
Okay, there's one about torches and shit, but that's just making like light items that you're holding emit light, you know?
Yeah.
What about true darkness?
Ooh, that sounds scary.
No,
No?
that's not it.
I wonder if it's like a residue of a mod. Like it has like a reference to one on Independence to
I
like
found
a
it.
big mod. Okay, good job.
What's it called?
Totally lit.
Yo!
That's
rad.
what it's called, dude.
That's
Uh,
chill.
But fuck off. I don't want that shit.
That's not bodacious at all. That's not babelicious.
Unlike me.
It's true, you are babelicious.
Oh right, I had a Muzzle Flash redeemed a little Sonic sticker on me.
Oh,
And I will choose
violence.
Shadow.
That must right.
Did you say violence?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Nice. I guess you're not wrong. And there's some new eggs that I have to get. So many
Do
eggs
you
today. What the
remember
fuck
him?
is going on? Do you remember? Wait, how did I get here? As well as Very Death and Faye. And 046. And Sakul. Thank you so much. Alright. Let's share my game with y'all. Ow! My head! That's
Everyone's
my
so
head that
mean
you're
to you today.
hurting. Seriously. What the heck? What the hell? The fuck, dude? Ow!
That
Oof.
must really hurt with the crown as well, because like the base of the crown's gonna push into your skull.
Well, it's
That
just
was
part of my
gonna
head,
hurt.
so it's fine.
Oh, oh,
Well, yeah, I'm one mesh, you know?
I guess so. It's just that's a weird thing to think about.
Haha, yeah.
It's like imagine having a biological crown. It's like that
Where my-
one guy from SpongeBob.
My torches are just gone. That's
Well-
not what I wanted.
It's fine. Just make more. It's Every torch in
shit.
the game is now gone.
Yeah.
Oh well, like new goal: light up the village.
That's unfortunate, but kind of
New,
funny.
new side quest: return light to the village.
That's kind of cute. I just thought about all our bodies being one match. Yeah, yours too, huh? I mean, I don't know if yours is, I guess, but you are also a low poly character.
But the
And
crown
also,
has Spectre Queen Moss, it's
hi,
not
thanks
touched her head.
for the highs, everyone. And yes, I am back. It's true. Hi. The crown hurts Spectre Queen more since it's not attached to her head. Well, okay, it's not like physical. It's not. It doesn't touch her head, but it's still part of the same mesh. So. I keep seeing my shoulder and freaking the fuck out.
What you should do is you should change your Minecraft skin so that the shoulder is just the green of a creeper. So you look glance on your shoulder and look, ah!
That'd be fucked up. Humans don't have meshes because they're not virtual, silly.
Don't remind me.
You're not human.
Yo, really? That's sick.
Yeah, you're a jackalope. Well,
that's true.
you're actually just a rabbit because the antlers are fake, as we know.
No, they're not fake. That's a thing I made up.
Everything is made up, silly.
Shut up.
Sorry. Oh! Ow.
Yeah.
Dang it.
This is the consequence of my lore just being me saying a random shit every once in a while.
I also say random shit a lot, but if I say it only once, it's probably not real. I have to say it multiple times.
Ah, that makes sense. We're all made up, it's true.
We're all made up, that's what I'm saying.
Your mother made you up.
My lore is that I was made the fuck up. Me when I
You are
look-
your mother's OC.
Me when hello, Nick the Pup Fury. Furry? Nick the Pup Fury. There we go.
Pup Fury. What a very angry dog.
When the dog is angry.
Angry.
Not too angry now, or I'll get scared.
It's true, so he hates it when the dog is angry.
I get scared.
What the fuck was that noise?
Zombie on the ground or something. Don't think about it too much.
I think I like this ambience mod after all.
I think we should go down there and put torches down at some point.
I feel like everything would jump scare me.
You get used to it. You go stronger, you know?
I'm so strong forever.
But are you strong in body but also mind?
Oh, of course. I'm very strong in mind. In fact, I'd argue I'm stronger in mind than I am in body. Physical strength has never been one of my strengths. That's why you have the explosives.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Yo, I should get a baseball bat. Like, imagine me throwing a piece of dynamite up in the air and then swinging a baseball bat at it to launch it.
Egg.
That'd be fucking
And it's
sick.
then like exploding because you have hit it really hard.
Oh no, dynamite actually doesn't explode from blunt falls. Well, that's one of the benefits of dynamite.
Aw, but it's
That's why
not as
you have to
funny.
light it.
It's not as funny.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not being as funny. I'm so.
I'm sad now.
Stop
I'm just
making a
kidding.
face.
What was I gonna say? I don't know. Ow! My head! I'm hurties.
It's okay,
I'm-
it's Samus.
It's just Samus, yeah. It's just my crush.
It's just Sammy.
It's just Sammy. Okay, let's actually.
Sammy Aran.
I don't have to like finish the building before we start on the actual farms and stuff. So let's start doing that.
Where will you live?
Well, I keep running into one of those houses and stealing the bed, which is not what I would prefer to do. But I don't have a shears to get the.
Wijdhoudige teruggeeft het ATR 1 subtoniek liggen streepje de liggen streepje pup liggen streepje furry. They have given 5 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you very much, Vader. I get here for the gift sub. Thank you. I don't have shears to get sheep wool to make my own bed yet, so Let's
What were
see.
you dancing to?
Subscription message, TTS.
Okay.
Alright, let's see. That'll be nice.
We should eat some food, I agree.
Yeah, I would like to. That's why I'm gonna set up the farm so I can
You've got
do that.
watermelon.
No, that's for seeds.
Oh, okay.
It's investment, you know?
It's an investment.
Gotta have to kill all these goddamn villagers.
I like how you went from, oh yeah, that noise is how you know we're part of the community, to, I have to kill these people, they're too fucking loud.
It's just like real life. Hey man,
Hey man, don't worry about me, I'm not gonna kill you.
I'm not gonna kill you or nothing.
What a nice young lady. Such a weird thing to say, though.
Such a reassuring thing to say. Alright,
Now
let's
I
see.
know I'm
Let's-
not going to get fucking killed.
I'm so glad. I'd really prefer not to. Wait, no, what? Oh, they. Well. No, stop. If only I had water.
Exactly. This isn't gonna work. You need water?
I don't need water.
Yeah, you do. It still won't grow without water.
Will it not?
No, it won't. It will just keep turning into dirt and your seeds will bob off.
Rain, please!
No, that doesn't work. You need a stationary water block.
What the
You're
fuck?
gonna need to get some iron and make a bucket.
Running water also works.
I think it needs a stationary water block near it. If I remember, unless they've changed that at some point.
Where's the blacksmith in this town? I have to borrow.
There might not be one.
Well, I don't want to kill the iron golem though. I'm not really equipped for that.
I mean, you could go mining. Iron's fairly
You
high
could
up
also
these
cheat
days.
them.
I'm a farmer. I'm not a miner. Come now.
Like you could like, if you're like 4 blocks high,
dude, I
you
could
can hit the iron golem.
Yeah, but I don't. I prefer not to. Oh, thanks.
Like, I'm pretty sure iron like spawns above
Hi.
like ground
No.
ground level now. So
Yeah, but that's not the problem. I'm a little farmer girl playthrough.
okay, well, you're not gonna be a very good farmer go running water, are you?
I have wheat right here that I got.
Stole.
No, I didn't steal it. I happened to across it. I don't know where
Where
it
did
came
you-
from. It just appeared in my hand.
Maybe it was that farm that you were right next to.
Maybe. We'll never know. We'll never know.
There's no blacksmith here. I don't think there's any getting around the fact you need to find iron and get a bucket.
Maybe over here. See, they've blocked the path because they don't want me to borrow things from the
It's quite a
blacksmith.
distinctive building. There's no blacksmith here.
Hello.
So this is a Fletcher.
Okay. Does nobody here have anything? What the fuck? They're just living off of the kindness of each other and
They can get-
awesome ambient noises when you walk on stone. It's fucked up.
Also, you could like pick up the hay bales and make like bread.
I know.
Yeah, but that's not farming. That's stealing.
True.
That's stealing. I'm not here to steal. I'm here to make a beautiful farm and live my life as a farm girl.
I'm not here
You
to
need
steal.
bread
She
to
says.
make-
I'm not here to steal. She says, looking for a blacksmith so she can explicitly
Borrow!
steal some iron.
Borrow! I'm borrowing. Or at least I'd like to be.
And you're gonna get it
But
back.
borrows is what miners do, not.
No, that's borrow. Fuck.
Borrow like a little mole girl.
But I'm not a mole girl.
You could be.
I could be. I have the
believe in
range,
you.
darling.
You do. I believe you could be underground.
Thanks. Okay. We'll just chop down these trees, and then we'll go borrow a bed. Call the queen conformed for borrower. I think I would have a fun time being like a real little person living in someone's house and borrowing things. For those who don't know, The Borrowers is like a book series about little people that live in the walls.
They live in the walls.
And also not in the walls.
Goddamn walls.
I think I'd have a fun time.
That's the one that
I would like-
Arrietty, the Gimli movie.
Yes,
Gimli
the
movie
secret world of
inspired by.
Arrietty is based on it. In Japanese, I believe it's called Arrietty the Borrower, so... Oh, yes.
What if?
I'm fine.
I don't think you're fine.
Protect me, Iron Golem. Hello, bed. Don't use that. No! Do Phoenix burrow? They do, as a matter of fact. Burrows, Phoenix do make little burrows that they live on with their little communities. Oh yeah, I could be holding a torch. I forgot about that. Yay.
I don't think they should have given Stuart Little that little car. I think
It's-
that was a
he-
danger, to be honest.
In the book, he gets it from his dentist for no reason. And it's
I
apparently magic.
remember that. It's, the
I
book,
don't-
the
book is
Stuart Little's
insane.
fucking wild.
It's so funny to me that the book is just like the most insane bullshit thing ever. And then they were like, let's make a movie out of it, but they took all the really insane shit out of it.
The
It's
book
like,
Stuart
no,
Little.
he's just a mouse and he was adopted. No. He was a human that was born and is the exact same shape and size of a mouse. And acts exactly like a mouse too, as you can tell by his little cane and hat.
The book Stuart. Oh, hello.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Melody.
Hi,
I was
Melody.
gonna say the book Stuart Little reminds me of someone who's just like not taking their job seriously at all. They're just writing bullshit.
That's why I love books. Books, people can just do whatever. It's
I don't
awesome.
think they should be allowed. I think there should be rules.
No.
I think it's okay.
There has to be rules.
I think it's okay.
Melody, why you're a cowgirl?
I don't know. I'm from Texas. I can do that.
Yeah.
You're a cactus. What?
No,
I'm
from
from Texas.
Texas.
Oh, I thought you said you're a cactus. I was like, what?
She
yeah,
can
I'm
be
gonna,
cactus
I'm gonna be like
if she
Stuart
wants.
Little. I'm gonna have lore that like does not reflect my design or look at all.
Nice.
You're a tiny cactus who's adopted.
Yeah. And my dad is Hugh Laurie.
Yo, that's sick. I loved him in House.
He needs mouse bites to live.
He
House,
sounds
the Japanese horror movie.
Yeah, he was great in that.
I loved him in
Cool.
Resident Evil.
I
Japanese
fucking
horror
love
movie called
Cactus
House.
Girl designs. Yeah, it's really good. Apparently, I've not seen it.
It's very weird. It's a movie made by a guy who just directed commercials.
Nice.
And he wanted to make a movie based on the like the view of I mean it's a long story, but based on like the view of horror through like a child's lens. So he got
Yeah.
his daughter to help write it.
Oh, that's
So it's insane.
Yes. Everything I've seen of it
It's
is
really good.
insane.
Anyway, the best cactus girl is the trans cactus girl from a Gregory Horror Show.
Agreed.
That's funny because the house in Gregory Horror Show is called Gregory House, which is Dr. House's full name.
That's true.
Really?
Yes.
Yes.
And also
What
House
fun!
MD came out after Gregory Horror Show.
Oh my god. Okay, wait. How
I
do
just
I?
want to
There we
clarify,
go.
I've never seen House Empty at all.
No, me neither.
I haven't either, but for some reason everyone's talking about it recently. I don't know why.
I don't. It does feel like they've been talking about it more recently, but I feel like it fluctuates. You know, like it feels like on the internet nobody is ever like, House MD is never being talked about by no one, but there are spikes in activity where it's talked about more.
I hear it's an incredibly good show.
You know what?
Yeah.
I think it is. I think it's because that awful The Good Doctor show was ending.
What's
And
that?
people were like, well, you should watch House instead.
That
It's a
makes
good
sense.
doctor.
It's a really, really ableist show about a doctor. It was originally a Korean show, I believe.
Yeah, it's about doctor with autism.
Yeah, it's about a
but
doctor
bad.
with autism, and it's kind of like Sherlock, where they give him like a heads-up display.
Yeah, like it's basically this kid has like a minus negative medical training, but because
I
he's
need to-
autistic, he's learned everything about medicine ever, and he's actually like the best doctor. But the
And
problem is,
he has no bedside manner, so
Yeah,
he'll
'cause
just say
he's
something like
autistic.
racist or transphobic, like, and it's like I
Oh,
don't think that all
God.
autistic people are like that.
yeah,
That's not good.
like he's like he's like he just says racist things because he's autistic, so he doesn't know he shouldn't say racist things.
It's like
No.
I see a clip from it on TikTok, and I'm like, I want to take TV away from boomers. I don't think they can be trusted watching this.
No, absolutely not.
Like I saw a clip from it on Twitter like months ago, where like he's doing what you call it? He's doing surgery on like this Muslim girl, and like he just repeatedly calls her a terrorist.
And this show got like 11 seasons,
Yeah,
and this is
Oh,
the second version of it.
yeah.
okay.
Again, we need to not let boomers watch or make TV.
Jesus fucking Christ! I am so glad and amazed that I completely missed the existence of that show. Holy fuck!
Apparently, it's very popular in America.
Oh
It's fun.
God.
I've never met a single person who watched it, so that tells me it's not my age demographic.
Well, no, I think based on what I'm hearing, I can guess what kind of people will
Oh, I
watch it.
forgot the best part, which is that they were partnered with Autism Speaks.
Ah, that explains a lot.
That does explain so much.
What kind of dumb shit did I hear about PETA recently?
I mean, probably all of the Peter
I mean, yeah, but they had. Oh, what am I doing here? No.
Oh gosh, where are you?
Not equipped, not equipped.
I think PETA got drunk at the stag party or something.
No, it's. It's like they had like another thing. They wanted to like ban. They wanted to. Okay, yes, they wanted to get a law that would make it illegal to have horses on merry-go-rounds.
Excuse me?
Because
They
that
do know
would.
those aren't
Why am
real
I going back
horses,
down?
right?
They
I
just
don't
do
think they
this
do.
shit for publicity.
I
They
mean,
do- they
I
know
know,
how
I
stupid
know.
it is.
I know. It's so fucking ridiculous to me.
Okay, but you say they do it for publicity. What do they actually do apart from do things for publicity? Because I don't have any idea what they do.
They get money. They they kill animals, and then
Yep.
they get more money.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then they put up an ad, and that ad generates money, and then they get more money.
And this is a successful loop, I'm guessing.
Is there a mod to make
America,
copper useful?
most charities are basically scams, so yeah.
How does killing animals generate money?
It doesn't, but it's just part of their
They
weird,
just like doing it.
part of their weird 12 monkeys
Maybe.
plan.
I would not be surprised if they just like doing it, honestly.
But the animals, you see, they're in captivity, so it's actually better for them to be dead, according to
Oh
them,
my
and not me. This is not my statement. This is not my statement.
No, but it is theirs. That is their actual statement.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll never forget the Super Tofu Boy thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna fly in for a bucket.
Yes. But I have to
love how
pick now
confused
between
Edmund
Bucket
McMillan was,
and
Oh, no,
Shears.
wait. Is it free for a bucket or is it?
It's 3.
It's 3.
Okay.
If I could have just one more, that would be good. There's
Just
mod that
one?
redoes early tools and replaces wooden stone tools with flint and copper. Yeah, that one came with this mod pack and I hated it. Well, I didn't hate it. It's just super not what I want right now. So I got rid of
just
it.
nice the clouds. They're nice.
Yeah.
Fluffy.
Although maybe I like square clouds better because it's more fitting with everything else.
The,
But
the
yeah, it's
mine
fine.
clouds.
The mine clouds. The clouds you see in the mine. Man, it's fucking. Oh god, I hate these villagers so much right now.
But this is why I told you maybe you should
Yeah.
move further away.
No, and you were right. Is the thing about it? You were completely right, and I should have listened to you. Let's see. What do I
Should
do
have
now?
listened to me instead of being mean to me the entire stream.
Not the entire stream. Come on.
Wow, deze zoei.
Yeah, it's me. Hello, MegaBT. Thank you very much for subscribing. Is this smart? Yeah, I have other wood. So much stupid jungle plank wood that I hate.
Jungle. I hate jungle plank. And
I'm
acacia.
kidding. I don't hate it. It's just not what I'm looking for this build. What am I building? What am I doing, dude? What's going on?
Stop
Is this
saying
good?
true things and saying you're joking. You're joking.
I'm always just pulling the rug out from under you and stuff. Do you have the Blowhigh mod? No. Tell me more.
I'm going to put the rug on top of you.
I only noticed your life because I suddenly heard you talking. Did you, for 2 months, did you just have a tab open and it loads every time? What are you on? Chrome? What?
For the last 2 months, you've had a single viewer.
You can do that like with Firefox as well. If you pin the tab, it loads it always.
Do you have
What are you
my
guys doing to your RAM?
stream pinned? That's very sweet if you do.
Do you just have tabs of streamers open? Because that must be eating up a lot of fucking.
I assume
system
Clone
memory.
does too.
Oh yes, of course.
Hey, look!
Clone
Look!
has like
Look! They're growing! They're growing! I'm right. I win.
Okay. I feel like Clone just has a separate PC for all the streamers.
Must be. Not hearing a no.
You say that. I do have a separate PC, but I want my gaming PC.
Ah, damn it. Could add it all.
Okay, so the PC you're on is for streamers, because what else is there to do but watch streamers in game?
Yeah. That is what I do most. Oh shit.
Phantoms!
I was like,
Go to
you know,
bed.
you can have your farm farther away, and you can have like a track with the minecart, and then realize, oh wait, you can't get more than 3 iron. Never mind.
Just like, I mean,
You're gonna have a hard time finding enough iron for that.
I intend to find at least one more so I can get shears.
The Phantom exterior like fish eggs.
Let's get a chest. Me thinking about starting E. Because of
Get
course, before
chest.
getting boobs, you just don't have a chest. You just don't have one.
It's true. Chest, man. This doesn't work outside of Guild Wars 2.
No, you need Guild Wars for the joke.
Uh,
All right, off to bed. Off to someone
Chest.
else's bed.
the chest has to have an adjective in front of it. It doesn't work otherwise.
Hello, beautiful bed. Thank you.
This is mine now.
So sorry. A single water hole. One single water hole keeps things wet up to 5 blocks away.
Wow, that's true.
That's actually much better than what I've been doing. Egg. I'm sorry, okay?
I love how
I don't have a fucking shears, so I can't make my own.
I love how quickly your hypocrisy is shown. You arrived in this town being like, oh, I can't wait to be part of the community. I don't want to steal from these people, and yet here we are.
Listen, I'm not taking the bed, and I'm sure they're happy to share. You know?
Okay, but you've also plotted to kill them during the course of the stream.
Plotting is a very big word, okay? Plotting is a very big word. I've said that I wanted to and that I should. That's different. And also, Nick the Pup Furry and Galaxy Voided, thank you very much for your eggs. I like the fireflies, that's cute.
I'm sorry, Super, in real life saying you want to kill someone is grounds for like calling the police.
It depends. Depends on if they hear you or not. So if it's 5, then it's like...
I mean, you can hear them from this far away. They've definitely heard you.
I think I'm probably fine. Okay, let's see if we. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then this should be good, right? If I do it here. I'd like to take your bed. If you know, if that's all right with you. Anyway, no, I don't have to go all the way back to the fucking pond. God damn it.
What do you mean all the way back? It's legit. I can see it.
I
It's
don't think you
right
can.
there. I can. It's behind that grass.
Yeah, so you can't see it. It's behind the grass.
It's right there.
Yeah, I know. Lego by Mario, thank you very much for your egg as well. I love this stream. Very peaceful. Yes, I'm trying. I'm trying. Oh,
Everything is
Melody,
a
thank you as
fucking
well.
inconvenience to you, isn't it?
So, shut up.
Walking 5 feet to the fucking pond.
Shut up. Mars Mimtrix, thank you also, and Mecha VT, thank you for starting the so many eggs. 5th egg stack. I think I missed one at some point. Oops. Oh, and a pet. We're also gonna take a little bit of a break because I kind of have to go to the bathroom.
Okay. So I'm very sorry, but the stream can never be peaceful while I'm here.
Oh well.
I'm
Leave.
too much of it. Oh, okay.
I'm kidding.
If I must.
No,
I'm
you
too
must-
much of
no,
a
you-
bad influence.
You do not. You do not must. Okay.
Okay.
Another egg. Okay. Meme. Mix. Why do we have so many eggs today? What's going on? It's like a special occasion or
Meme.
something. Meme Mixtape, thank you very much. A Bug Wife. What a cute name. Thank you. Oh fuck. Okay.
Let her go piss.
I'm going to the bathroom now. I will see you
Go piss,
guys
girl.
in like 5 minutes or something. Bye. I'll put on some music, of course. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
遠い空まだ目で時が流れ沈む日が街の輪郭を描く永遠と思ってた未来などなく空虚な生活に突き刺すシャンヨン声が鳴り鳴り夜に厚くともびく重い雲の立ち巻き降り注ぐ星々もう裏に引きつき湿った空気ぼんやり次の季節誘発中国大のラジオが時の後は忘れて次元が行くなる鉄骨の色も冷たくテレビから流れてくる他人事のような人生喉の底に続けて耳を塞ぎだけど
Hi.
Hello.
Sorry for the wait.
It's okay. We'll forgive you.
Thanks. Going to the bathroom takes a little longer sometimes right now because I'm still recovering for having my entire pelvis surgically removed.
That makes sense. I'm surprised you can go at all. Surprised you can sit.
It's because I'm fucking powerful as shit. Also, as I was in the bathroom, I was like, oh fuck, I didn't have to go to my break screen. I could have just had my co-hosts entertain the chat. Oops.
It's true.
True.
But now we can entertain chat with you.
Yay! So fun, so good. Alright, I want to test, so... Does
So
this
you bring
block
man
also...
to bottom half?
It's true. It was so worth it. And the skeleton was mostly what I got as well, so... I just a skeleton and an outside, and that's it. No organs here.
That's all the body.
That's all the body is all you need. Do you need to put these on trees specifically?
You know what? Fuck you. Remove your animation skeleton.
No! And then I T-pose.
Good. T-pose.
Why would you do this to me?
Funny.
Oh, okay.
T-pose do be funny.
It do be quite funny, is the thing.
Hilarious, even, I would wager.
Yeah, T-pose is hilarious, actually.
Okay, they have to go on jungle logs, I figured, yeah.
Wait, who's that?
What?
There's a person here. Who are you?
It's the pumpkin.
I'm no one.
I'm so sorry,
Hello.
Pumpkin. Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm out of it.
That's okay.
She's a little loopy.
I'm a little oopy doopy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm trying to leave for spring break, and I'm not allowed to right now, which is really
What?
funny.
What? Why?
There is like the police are chasing a suspect, but they're really bad at it. So we're supposed to stay inside until they're
What else is new?
like they get him,
I was gonna
but they
say.
can't find him. So
Oh my God, Jack the Ripper's on the loose again.
oh my
damn
god,
it.
they did. We're listening to the police scanners for fun. They did just catch a criminal for littering. So clearly
Oh,
they're doing
thank
their
God.
best.
Thank you, cops. I'm so glad you guys are on the
Amazing.
fucking case.
A close one. Woo!
Phew. Pumpkin, I gotta say, I'm about to add your reactive PNG. I think it's very good. I like it a lot.
Wait, what is it?
I forget what I'm on right now. I see. Okay, that's good. I forgot.
Why is that you? Why did you transform into mozzarella sticks? Why are you spinning mozzarella sticks?
I have a goofy adds anything reactive. I've got a couple. But
Punkits, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but becoming spinning mozzarella sticks is not normal behavior.
I don't want to be next to that. I don't want to be next to that. I don't
Oh
want to be next to
god,
that.
no.
Oh god, no, change that. No,
Okay,
stop.
there we go. Okay, let me reposition.
yeah, we're back to normal.
Let me know if you want me to change my reactive PNG, by the way, to something smaller. Or
It's
whatever.
okay. Your enormous gazonkas are covered by my donation and health bars.
Yeah, I
Thank
noticed
god.
that.
We can't have those on the stream. No enormous bazonkas here.
Yeah, close one.
Wait, does
But
this
yeah.
one just make you become wide when you talk? Oh no, there we go.
I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about.
I think it's normal.
Yeah, this is just how it goes.
Stop becoming wide.
I'm
Alright,
really not.
okay.
I'm really not sure what you're referring to.
I think you do know. I think you're doing this
How?
on purpose.
I don't think so.
I would never do anything on purpose. It's all accidental with me.
Just everything is an accident.
Yeah.
Everything. You're just.
All of it is.
People ask you like, what have you? How did you get to this point? And you're like, I wish I could tell you.
I'm always asking myself, how did I
I
get to
fucking
this
know.
point?
I don't. I'm scared, dude.
Wait,
you gotta
what
save
now?
me.
What is this? You got sunglasses?
Oh, dude, that's
Yeah.
an awesome. That's so good. I love that
It's
you
for
talk
when I'm-
fast too. Punkit, okay, listen. Listen to these
Yeah.
to these noises.
It's like I'm chewing.
The good noises, right?
They're good noises, yeah.
Yeah. All right, go
good
on.
noises.
Continue.
These are. I have a couple of reactives depending on what I feel like. And if
Do
I
I
feel
know
cool,
next?
this is the one that comes out.
Hell
Do you
yeah.
feel
I've also got a nerd one for when I'm playing Half-Life.
Yo,
Very
that's
good.
sick.
And then if I get really surprised. So
That's the telescope troll face, isn't it?
Yeah.
a little bit maybe. Yeah.
Oh,
Getting
that's
wide.
good.
You're not allowed to get wide.
Anyway,
Don't listen to our Punkit. You can do what you want.
Hell yeah, I will.
I
Fuck
forbid
yeah.
wideness in this stream.
Can this tree not be so fucking big?
damn,
Oh,
I'll
I'm gonna
leave.
cut that down. Every tree farm in Minecraft is just a tall forest waiting to happen.
It's
Anytime
true.
one of them gets big, I'm like, no, that one's just there now. And if it happens enough time, then I don't have a tree farm anymore.
What I do is I just get Finn and Stu and burn them down.
Also, thank you, Mike Loves Rabbit. I'm glad you're a fan of mine. Always nice to see folks who know my work.
Your work is really, really good. For those who have been here for long enough and have been able to catch that stream or the VOD or whatever, Punkit is the developer of Susan Taxpayer, which is a game of the demo of which I played on stream once and was very positive about.
Oh, you made Susan Taxpayer, okay.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, I know you
That's
was
her.
from the Weird Horse comics.
Yeah, that is what I'm known for. I did have a very funny moment where an actor I was working with on the show that I'm on, was like, so I heard your like job is like selling like stickers and stuff, and I was like, yeah, They were like, "Yeah, I heard you drew like a My Little Pony comic," and I was like, "Yeah, that's me. That's kind of how it happened. I drew like about
You're
a
on
year
a
ago."
show?
I
No.
was on a children's theater show, basically.
Yeah.
A theater experience. I should clarify. Like it was an interactive, couple weekends thing.
And it was awesome.
But yeah, it was awesome. But it was a really fun time. But we were at the after party, and he was like, "Yeah, so MLP party thing, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, you might know about it. Like, you might recognize it, I guess." And they were like, "Oh," and I showed them the Forever Weed Brownie comic, and they were like, "That's you! I've been talking about you for months!"
Oh my god, yes!
My friend is obsessed with your work, and I was like,
That's so awesome.
it was so surreal. So I said hi to their friend, and their
Good.
friend freaked out, and that was really fun for me. So
Mm-hmm.
I must say, I like the comics. A very strange thing to blow up, in my opinion. Would
I
not have
agree.
expected that.
especially in 2024, where
I know, right?
MLP has not been on the air for over 5 years now. But
What do you mean? Season 5 is right there, or Generation 5.
Okay, but no one likes Generation 5.
Nobody gives a shit though.
nobody gives a shit.
I think My Little Pony is blowing up partially because like people like the characters even if they've never seen the show. The characters are almost like parables or like a legend. Like you can apply the main 6 to anything.
Yeah.
So even people who don't care about the show in any way can enjoy it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
I
I
stopped watching
can
after, like,
kinda
season
understand.
3. I stopped watching after season 3, and I still bought merch of it like recently. I don't know what's wrong with me.
they're just endearing.
The only merch I have of My Little Pony is some Equestria Girls figures because I shamelessly enjoy Equestria Girls more
I
than
do too.
than regular.
Oh yeah.
I
It's because Sunset Shimmer's in it. I fucking love her so much. She was
Exactly.
like the template for me for a long time. It's just done.
I think the
true
Question
protagonist.
Girls is fine, but I still prefer the main show.
That's allowed.
I bought all those Equestria Girls toys just because like I really like the shape of them. Like they've got like the really big heads and the like. I don't know. I like the kind of like design of them. I wish there were more
Yeah.
toys like that.
Yeah,
I have-
I especially wish that there were just like man, what are words these days?
What are words?
I don't know. I think we should figure it out.
Also, I just like
Equestria
that they're
Girls.
like furries.
Okay, I wish Equestria Girls had gotten like better merch because those figures and they're like cheapy figures are the only ones I've been able to find and they're not very good.
Oh, the Equestria Girls figures with hair were kind of awful. So
Yeah,
they were
I
very ugly.
own
they
a
deserve
single
better.
piece of My Little Pony merch, which is a single blind bag that I once bought, and it had Lyra heartstrings in it, so I have that tiny little horse.
That's pretty
Awesome.
good.
I have way too much, and I bought my first one after episode 1
This is a
came
farm?
out, and it
Am I
was the
making a farm?
only. It was Twilight Sparkle, and a solid pink Princess Celestia, and I think a Spike, and a little storybook. That was the only piece of merch that existed at the time.
Fun.
You know, what's really funny is for someone whose entire job was launched by drawing My Little Pony, I don't actually own any official My Little Pony merch.
You're a fraud.
I went to Everfree Northwest, the convention, and I bought all my MLP stuff there because I think the fan-made stuff is really cool.
Hell yeah, dude.
Honestly, you could have told me you'd never seen the show and I'd have believed you.
That's so real. There's a lot of people who talked to me and said that, like, I haven't watched the show, but I've only consumed it through your comics and I love it. And I was like, I mean, you know?
They're gonna be very
Enjoy it, I'm
disappointed
glad.
when they actually watch the show.
What
Yeah.
the fuck? When did they do the drugs and stuff?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
When does
Fun.
Rainbow Dash talk about NBA Jam or whatever the fuck? I don't know.
When does
Yeah.
Spike watch the mockumentary Bull Rat?
I think that has more likes now than the original Forever Weed Brownie, which is really surreal to me.
I
Really?
mean, it's a really good comic though. I love Twilight Sparkle's purple fucking car.
Thank
No,
you. Thank
it's
you.
really good, but I feel like that comic is only like as funny as it is as like a development of everything else that's come before it.
Yeah, it builds.
Yeah, right?
Wait, sorry, hold on, everybody. Captain Laserbow, thanks for being one of the big cracks for my egg. You're welcome. Oh
Fuck
my
yeah,
god,
dude.
for real?
Fuck yeah.
Wait, really? Oh my goodness.
I love when people tell me that I helped crack their egg. It's so good.
I want
What
to
did I
know.
do?
I
Thank
want
you.
to know what helped crack their egg though. Was it the Horse comics?
I hope it was the first
Yeah.
comics.
I've had a couple people tell me that Susan Taxpayer is the reason they realized they like women,
Mhm. Oh yeah, absolutely. I get it.
which is awesome because in my mind she's like a stick figure. So
Oh, fuck.
I think that's great.
I don't see it. I look at Susan Taxpayer and I don't.
Listen,
see a person.
There's people who want to kiss Mr. Game & Watch, so
That's true.
I'm just saying.
I don't blame them.
I follow that person on Twitter.
I mean, look at
and
it. Oh, wow.
They're still very keen on
Whoa.
Mr. Game & Watch.
That's
What
a lot
a
of
man!
That's a
Hubba Dubba, what a
whole
hunk.
lot of mister.
I love a man who can vanish on a 2D plane.
Yeah, I love a man who I forget exists if I look at him at the right angle.
Yeah.
I
Oh, it was the Apple Bloom comic, the Big Mac
oh
one.
yeah, no, that makes a lot of
yeah, that makes
sense.
That would make sense. Well, thank
So
you so
it
much.
was the
Where did my
Horse
fucking my
comics, that's
torch
right.
go? Remember when I had torches?
Yeah, you used them all.
Remember those? When did I put one down?
I don't know.
No, I have to go back.
Apple in the Orchard. Yeah,
That
it's
co-
gonna be a year.
such a nice
since then
comic.
Soon.
It's quite funny to me that because I feel like I saw that one first. Like that one became the oh, I put it over there for some reason. The thing that was like more that like felt like where you were more well known thing. And now you're just shitpost horses.
That's me. I gotta make a sequel thing to it. I do know. Yeah, maybe the year has already passed. I don't know. I think it was April. I'm pretty sure it was April, but if not, I just know that I was really nervous when I posted it because I still like wasn't out online at that time, and I was like, they're gonna know. But people were really cool about it.
And then the whole internet was really uppity about your gender for a while, instead of just knowing.
I'm glad that they were though, in a sense, because it meant that I could do my hour-long front-end reveal bit, and it was completely worth it.
Wait,
The fucking video is so funny.
wait, how were they uppity about your gender? What's that mean?
I did not clarify my gender at all online for the first like 7 months of me having any sort of internet fame. I didn't put any pronouns. I never referred to myself with any like gendered pronouns. It was because I'm a transgender woman, and like I didn't want to get any like weird looks, and I didn't want people to like judge me for being one.
Uppity is a big word, by the
so-
way.
Uppity is a big word. So people were like, oh, she's like a trans mask 40-year-old lesbian. Oh, she's like a bisexual gay guy. Oh, she's such and such. And like barely anybody was ever right, which is really funny to me. But people would just guess all the time or just forget that I hadn't ever clarified.
Maybe.
So
I have a theory on that.
yeah.
I think everyone got you confused with Cassette Punk.
Who?
I actually don't think it was that, but
Because I saw everyone say you're a 30-year-old lesbian. I'm like, I know a 30-year-old lesbian who drives horses.
Maybe it's because I'm ancient, but like, for me, not knowing someone's gender on the internet is a normal, unexpected. Like,
Yeah.
like
That's how I
feel about it.
Care.
Yeah, but I don't know. Punked was like a big personality, and so people are like, well, now we should know. I guess.
must know everything about you. I must.
The funniest thing is after you revealed it, some people were still like, but.
That doesn't fit my headcanon.
Yeah, my headcanon though.
No, for real, some people were like that. They were like,
No,
I
that's what I'm
still
saying.
think in my head you're like a horse gender trans mask. And I was like, no,
Yeah,
you're
it's
not.
so- or like every time that I see like you referring to yourself as she, her, like in my mind I'm like, that doesn't seem right. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's a person.
Was this like exclusively on Tumblr? Because I didn't know Plunkett till like 3 months ago.
Oh yeah,
It's like,
Plunkett is much
are
bigger
you-
on
are
on
you,
Tumblr.
Okay.
Are you with me in my darkest times when the lights are off? When I'm sitting in bed alone? Do you know me that well? Is that why you know my pronouns better than I do?
Yeah, I do know you that well. I'm in your house. I'm in your walls.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I'm in your fridge.
Punches a hole in my wall as hard as I can.
Ow!
Here, I'll help.
This
Ow!
July.
Stop!
Got him.
Nice.
I was cozy in here.
Also,
on.
thank you, Captain Laserbow. That's really sweet. Thank you so much for telling me that. That makes me really happy.
Jody, don't call yourself ancient. You're barely older than me. I'm sorry, but when you're 30 years old, you're ancient.
No.
That's a
Okay.
fact.
I felt
No.
literally zero change when I turned 30.
Yeah, Club Penguin keeling over 18 or older.
It's true. I'm sorry, but
yeah.
everyone like around me is like 22 to 25. Like it feels like there's no 30-year-olds on the internet.
Yeah, I feel
Oh.
that.
I'm friends with a bunch of 30-year-olds, just because that's kind of how it's been. But so I'm often like the youngest person in any given group because I'm like 23. But
Okay, we're gonna have to
Slowly.
swap friend groups so I have people my age.
it's just a funny occurrence. I don't know. It definitely helped me like not worry about aging though, because I've been friends with people in their 30s since I was like in high school, and I was like, oh, it's normal.
It's
fine."
normal. It's fine. Yeah.
People
Yeah.
are insane about the 30s, or not the 1930s. People are insane about your 30s because it's like, okay, your first 10 years, you're like a baby. And then you're in school.
So you don't get to do anything.
And then the next 10 years, and then you're done? You're just, that's it? Like, no,
Yeah.
of course there's more after that.
Okay,
Yeah.
but I feel so out of touch though, because everyone around me is always like talking about playing Fortnite and like fucking
Well, then
watching
just-
TikTok or whatever.
Well,
I'm like,
I am 31 and I
that's
love
not
Fortnite,
me.
so-
Like,
So you're the
Okay.
truest 30-year-old out there.
Okay, Jody. Not wanting to play Fortnite doesn't mean that you're ancient. It means that you don't like Fortnite.
I want to talk about Half-Life.
That's okay.
I want to talk about Half-Life and Doom and Blood.
I'm sorry, I'm
There's
31.
no one
I
around for me to do that
feel like
with.
Those are too old for
I like
me.
Half-Life.
I
A
played
lot.
Half-Life 2 when it came out, but I never played 1, and I hate Blood. Blood is, I'm sorry. I'm
How
a Blood
the
hater.
fuck can you hate Blood? Blood's like one of the
It's
finest
so-
shooters ever made.
It is so easy to get lost in that game. Like, that's the problem with most boomer shooters, but Blood is like the worst.
Blood is not easy to get lost in. It's basically linear.
So easy to get lost in.
That took me a I thought you were talking about the concept of blood. I was like,
No,
I
the shooter.
suppose it's controversial in new case.
I love Blood.
I'm a big fan of it. I guess when it performs its function, but
I like
know.
it. I like when my oxygen gets from one place to another.
Yeah, it's pretty
Okay,
cool.
have you ever played the classic boomer shooter Blood?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I've not. I haven't actually played any boomer shooters. I want to, but I can't get them running for some reason.
Played Half-Life?
I have played Half-Life. I suppose I had counted it as that one. When I think of boomer shooter, I think of like Doom graphics.
Yeah.
So-
Like a build
Well-
engine game.
Yeah.
I mean, in my head, like Quake and Half-Life are like the end of the boomer shooter like first era, I guess. Because they're
Okay,
Yeah,
real
that's when
quick.
shooters started being good. I'm sorry. I mean, I didn't say anything.
Gang, real quick. And this is for chat too. Can you still get flint by just
Yes. you
doing
can,
this? By
I
just
think that's the
placing your
only
own
way,
gravel?
right?
That's the only way to get flint. Yes.
Oh, you mean placing it? Okay, I don't
Yeah,
know.
placing
Yeah,
it.
you can. Yes. You're just being very unlucky.
Damn, I hate video games. I guess video
Yeah,
games
I
haven't
hate
gotten good
RNG.
yet.
No, they're bad again actually.
Yeah.
Oh, I just realized because I'm playing on a different build of the game, I'm not gonna have my awesome mod that replaces the crossbow with the Doom Super Shotgun.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah,
pretty great,
I
though.
love that mod.
I love
By the
that mod.
way,
That's my favorite mod.
I just realized, isn't Fortnite like 7 years old now?
Yeah. it was
Fortnite's
out when I was in high
ancient, yeah.
school.
Stop fucking saying
Which ends with a
things.
shovel. Okay.
Fortnite was announced in 2011.
I hate you.
That's
so
crazy.
much.
I'm a person who's played like 3,000, 4,000 hours of Fortnite, something insane like that I shouldn't have, and I hate it. It's the worst.
I need to go to the
going on?
nurse.
Fortnite is as old as Skyrim? The fuck?
What?
It was announced in 2011. It was announced
No.
in
Oh,
2011.
The concept
What?
of Fortnite is still Skyrim.
It doesn't seem
It
right.
wasn't. It didn't. It. Jeff Keighley tweeted in 2011, like, I present you Fortnite. And remember, it was Save the World, so it was a different game. It wasn't like a battle royale.
Yeah. I remember hearing about it.
Wait, that's
in
not what I need.
former-
Hold on. How do you make? Wait.
What are you trying to make?
No. Okay.
Diagonal, yeah.
I've been wasting my time. Very good.
Well, it's still good to have that. Still
That's
good to have
true.
it.
Jody
Yeah,
will like it when I
read
say
about it.
Sorry?
I
put
read
some on
about
fire.
Fortnite.
Fire?
Nothing.
It was in Game Informer. It had
Make
like
a, sorry, make a flint still right fucking there.
Shh, 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 shh. Let the others talk. Come on, go, go.
What the fuck you mean you said my name?
Yeah, I know.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi,
Daya.
Daya.
Hi, Daya. You guys want to
Hey,
talk
Abby.
more about Game Informer or whatever?
I just want to inform.
What? Daya?
Stop becoming mozzarella sticks.
No, it's cool.
I'm always saying this.
Daya, I did not
Oh,
hear
shit,
at all what you were
You
saying.
are saying this.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear Dodo.
Oh, dude,
You made that.
I got good RNG.
Here are the rules of the world. No wideness, no mozzarella sticks.
None of it's allowed.
That's not a world I want to live in.
No,
So world you've got to live in, I'm afraid.
no, you
Anyway, why are you
don't.
making a flint and steel so? You've got the tools for it.
Damn it. Okay. Because I have priorities, which is making a cute little farm. Look at my cute farm that I'm making.
Okay,
It's your rainy, wet bed.
Yeah,
Okay, but flint and steel doesn't preclude you from making a cute farm.
I know. Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's nice.
That's nice. Breaded cheese. Wait,
I like that.
man, I love nice ambience. Ambiance.
No,
I have a deep appreciation for bread and cheese as somebody who's been eating it like every morning for the
that's good.
past couple of weeks.
Dude, you should come to the
That's
Netherlands.
good.
We have so much good cheese here.
I've been having Netherlands breakfast. I have to rush out the door because I wake up late and I have an 8 a.m. class. I'm
Uh-huh.
like, what do I grab? I grab a cheese apple. I grab a loaf of bread. I run out. I have my surf breakfast right there in class.
That is so
It's awesome.
awesome.
I think you should run out of the door like an anime girl with a toast in her mouth, but instead it's just an entire loaf of bread.
It's an entire. I should do that. Yeah, that'd be good.
That'd be
Should
very
commit to
good.
it all the
You
way.
need to bring a blowtorch so you can, like,
What the fuck am I doing?
toast the bread and melt the cheese onto it.
You need to start a campfire in the middle of class.
And and also maybe burn the apple. I don't know.
You need to hunt an elk in the middle of class.
Yeah. I need to start. I need to make the land ready for the Lord.
You need to mill
Coming
the
to attack me
flour.
soon. Mildred hasn't turned the butter yet.
What you guys do is you gotta find a cow, and then you gotta milk the cow and make cheese from that.
Yeah.
You could use a goat too, but I think cows are more domesticated.
The teacher comes in to start class and you're just like on your desk skinning an elk.
This is
You're
milking
wrestling
class.
it barehanded.
Oh, Mason, what did you bring today for your studies in dramaturgy? Oh, 1 second, teacher. I need to make food like Brother Jebediah did.
Excuse me, teacher. I need substance.
So
I
just a
didn't know we
moment,
were-
teacher. I need to take a life.
I didn't know in the Amish fucking class.
Yeah, slothful Jeremiah is still asleep. Not I.
Not I. How many fucking saplings did I plant? This is insane.
College is whenever you enter college, you need to find the strongest student and wrestle them to death.
Oh,
Yeah.
That way everyone knows
like
what's the
Goku.
fuck with you.
Punkit. This is your first
Hello,
time
hello,
on. Hello, my friend Punkit. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is your first time on my co-hosting on my channel. But Chet has done a little tradition, which is a Sonic character from the list of Sonic characters that I have available of your choice will go on your head. The options are Amy, Charmy, Espio, Knuckles, Metal Sonic, Mighty, Omega, Ray, Rouge, Shadow, Sonic, Tails, Tails, and alright. Should have been able to guess that.
I have nothing if not predictable. I love Rouge.
Everyone has picked Rouge apart from me.
So I feel like
I picked Shadow.
Can you remove the Rouge from Melody's head?
That's you're right. That is yours. That is yours.
Yeah, I don't think I ever got one.
Sorry. Yeah, none for you. You just happen to be in the position where Diaz Rouge was on your head.
Rogue the Bat.
I wouldn't say that she doesn't deserve Rogue the Bat.
I don't think you deserve Rogue the Bat.
I have to do some more eggs. I have to cover more of the egg, or more of the screen with eggs. Windows Millennium Edition. Ishi.
Windows Millennium Edition. How you doing?
Oh yeah, Ishi.
Yuzu Adagio. And that's it for now. Oh no, wait, because here is also Sunny Solstice. Thank you for the eggs.
Zoe.
Yes, I have to do a sippy.
Car battery!
Oh, ow!
That's fucked up. I can't believe this has happened.
You killed me. I've died.
This is the most evil shit to ever happen in the world.
Oh, apparently someone redeemed
Which, you know,
one for me.
that's pretty good, honestly, if that's the worst. I'm also reading the sticker for you. Oh! What did you do? Do you have Blaze, the most lesbian on character? She fucking is, dude, for real. I do not have her yet, I'm so sorry. Hell yeah, dude.
Can I get Techno the Canary?
That's not a real one.
What did you get?
Beam the Dynamite.
I don't have that one, I'm so sorry.
Can I get Tiara Bubowski?
You're bad for this stream.
There's a bit of redeem.
These are good pulls.
These are good pulls.
I think I'm out of obscure. Can I get Mandy? Is it Mandy the Mongoose? What's her name?
Ow.
Mina.
Tommy Turtle.
Mina.
Can I get John the dog?
There are very little John, or sorry, I mean, I guess so. Also very little Johns, but there are very little dog characters in Sonic canon.
It's true.
I get Ponet's.
Okay, wait. Okay, Melody. Okay, yeah, you do get one actually. Yeah. What the fuck were you saying? No, but
Amy's
who?
Good. I don't know.
Okay, do you
Amy's
also
fine,
want
I guess.
Rouge?
No, I want Amy's fine.
Oh, you sure you don't want Rouge? I feel like you would
I
have
don't
like
think
solidarity.
I'll take Rouge. Amy
No,
might be
you
my
can
favorite
have
Sonic
Amy.
character.
I'm kidding.
No, I'm yeah, I get it. I have boobs. I get it. I have big boobs. Give me Amy. Give me frickin' Rouge, cause boobs.
No, which one do you want?
Here's the thing. I played Sonic Adventure 1
I was just kidding because everybody
so
wants.
much. Amy was my favorite character, and I started with Sonic Adventure 2, and I'm like, wow, they will never write Amy as good as Sonic Adventure 1 ever again.
Well, luckily we have the
like,
IDW comics.
I'm gonna do a bunch. Yeah, that's true. She's like, I'm gonna do a bunch of cool stuff and be my own character. And then the very next game, it's like, I don't know what to do. I'm a girl.
Yeah.
I'm a girl!
Like literally instantly, her writing just gets so bad.
Her entire it's always been like a thing that like, oh yeah, and she's in love with Sonic, but it was always and she's in love with Sonic, and then it just became she's in love with Sonic, and that's it.
Hang on, I want to play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
Because I understand, because I'm a girl and I don't know what I'm doing, so you know I can appreciate the solidarity here.
That is true, but like,
Okay,
Sonic
okay,
Adventure 1,
but
her story ties into like all of the best parts of Sonic Adventure 1, and like also just her having like almost a survival horror like storyline that's
yeah,
totally different.
she
from the other
genuinely
ones.
has a really good storyline. And in okay, but like Jody, you may also be a girl who doesn't know what the fuck is going on or what the fuck she's doing or whatever you said, but that your backup plan is not to like throw your entire life away for this one guy who is not is very clearly not interested in you. No, you're a lesbian. Don't do this. This isn't in your heart.
Oh, you're telling me all my sexuality.
It's okay. I'll pick up the slack. I will find the guy to throw myself.
No, but you're right. I shouldn't throw my life away for some guy.
Yeah, you should do it for some girl.
You're right.
Throw some guy's life away.
You should throw a man's life away.
Yeah.
That's what they told Silver in 06.
Yeah. Man, what the fuck am I doing in Minecraft? What am I doing? What are we doing?
What the fuck is a farm?
What's going on?
I had my favorite Sonic interaction moment was when I saw like an IDW Winter special that had like the conductor's wife from Murder Sonic the Hedgehog, and they drew her with like boobs, and I was like, this is like a lot compared to what she normally looks like, and I sent it to my boyfriend, and she just went all caps, golly. And then I posted that, and then the fucking writer of the Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog reblogged it.
Oh, nice.
Awesome.
Which is my favorite interaction I've had.
Good.
That's awesome.
Golly.
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 It's
so
very funny.
funny.
It's very funny to me, honestly, when Sonic characters are like, you know, unusually busty for that kind of style.
Yeah.
It's alright.
It's fine.
No, like, it is fine. It's just funny to me
There has been a new
that
wave
it's
of
gotten to that
people-
point where, like, yeah, it is just normal in that world now for characters to have larger breasts.
There
'Cause
is
it is just
there is
normal.
a wave of people who
Oh, yeah, there's
think
people.
that Rouge the Bat was never hot, and I think those people are wrong.
Oh no, I absolutely agree with that. I don't find her attractive at all.
I
You don't have
think,
to.
yeah, I was talking about you.
I didn't know I was hanging out with a bunch of nerds.
I have said this before and I'll say it again. Rouge the Bat is the only neurotypical Sonic character.
I don't think so.
Her special interest is stealing.
She's straight, she's cis, she's neurotypical.
She's not
There's no
straight.
fucking way she's not bisexual. Calm the fuck on.
Excuse me, she's not straight. She seduced the entire cop.
Yeah, dude. And she's
true. Sonic
she's
X is
very
just her, like,
she's basically canonically bisexual. Yeah,
Okay,
in,
Sonic X isn't canonical.
no, it actually. I think the Dark Brotherhood
We're
like
talking about
references
seducing
events and
cops.
shit.
We're talking about seducing cops. You gotta look
Let
at
me-
Sonic X and Topaz. I mean, come on.
No, yeah, that's what we're
I'm gonna be
saying.
honest. Sonic X has some canonical thing because in the Tails tube, like the recent one, fucking Cosmos plant is up there. Is there? Cosmo's there.
How do you build a
I do not
roof?
fight for Rouge the Bat.
That's allowed. You don't have to. Don't have to make a
I
thing
will
out of it.
I didn't make a thing out of it.
Don't make a thing out of it, Jody.
Didn't stop
You're
saying
making a thing
that.
out of it now.
You can do
I hate you
it.
so
I
much.
believe in
You've
you.
been picking on me this entire fucking stream.
You would pick on
I-
me.
I was so excited for your comeback stream. I get treated like this.
Sorry.
I think it's really funny when people back in the day
You know
were
I've had a
like,
rough day.
Okay, come on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Go ahead.
What's up, Pumpkin?
I thought it was really funny back in the day when like the YouTubers were like, they give a Sonic character boobs. This is the worst thing to ever happen. That just like occurred a lot. Like
You
when I was on YouTube,
I
it was just,
really
like,
thought
happened
you
a
were
lot.
doing the top 10 Sonic females voice for a second.
I was also thinking you were gonna do that.
Yeah, funnily enough, I never actually saw that as a kid, but
Top 10 Sonic
It might as
females.
well be called Hot Girl Heaven.
yeah. Well, it's like I remember I was watching a Shame. Oh, they don't go by Shame anymore. Whatever Shame's channel turned into, and
Don't know who that
they
is.
were like, I know that Rouge's design is controversial, whatever, and I was like, is it? Like, I don't know. I feel like she's very clearly designed to be like a femme fatale, like spy thing. I think the heart boob window thing works perfectly fine.
You're
it really
so
isn't
right.
that big a deal.
When I was younger, I also didn't. I used to not like her because I was like, what is this sexy thing doing in this cartoon thing? But that was back then, and now I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
That's
I
perfect.
think
Yeah.
people have like a Lola Bunny syndrome with her, where they imagine her much like with huge tits and like super duper sexualized. Like she's
Yeah.
kind of just a cartoon in the game.
Yeah. She has a normal amount of breast.
What-
It's just that
what's
she's
really
a Sonic
funny-
character.
What's really funny is that everyone's like skipping over the obvious Lola Bunny syndrome of the Sonic universe, which is vanilla.
She's hot.
Yeah, she's.
I mean, yeah.
Vanilla's doesn't have
She's
bodies.
she's fucking huge. I do like the fact that she brings up either adults in Sonic lore just get really tall later on,
Or that she
Rouge
just
like,
is tall.
exceptionally short.
Yeah.
She's the size of a normal human
She's
woman.
the size of an
Yeah.
average
She's the size of a
human
normal
woman,
human-
which she's
Vector
actively
average
not.
human mother.
Well,
But she like
Vector's
isn't.
21. Vector's 21. He's about the same size as her.
Yeah, I think Rouge is just short. Rouge is just a short girl.
Yeah.
Maybe bats are just
What am I
small.
doing? This is no.
Well,
Fuck.
okay, but Big the cat
They
is
are.
big, but his name is Big.
Yeah, but so are
I
rabbits.
know
You know, rabbits are also small.
Okay, no, not all rabbits are small. You have specific rabbits that are
Yeah,
very,
but
very
not all-
large.
Yeah, but not all
True,
bats
there
are small
rabbits that
either.
are freaking huge.
That's true. Some bats are
So-
big.
If there were bats that
world
get
is
as big
beautiful.
as rabbits get, then holy crap, that would be that would be a Monster Hunter boss.
Maybe it's because I haven't read the comics yet, but I don't understand what Vanilla sees in Vector.
Oh, that's
I don't think she does.
okay. You started reading the, or you're gonna start reading the IDW comics. It's not in there. It's in the old
Okay.
ones.
Yeah,
you gotta watch
let me-
Sonic X. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it starts in Sonic X, and they
Oh, yeah,
kinda
that's true.
keep it.
Yeah.
They kind of just keep it throughout. The
They
House
do
of Scream's
reference it.
mother.
I will say they do references in IDW, but it's not really that relevant.
Yeah, they do occasionally reference Vector's older women hunter tendencies for
You
some
wanna know the truth?
I
It's
like
raising,
MILFs.
Raising a
I like
child alone is
MILFs.
hard, okay?
We gotta find the MILFs.
Vector's a
Find
plush
the
man who
mills.
loves his job. His job is tax evasion. What the fuck you on about?
She loves it.
What? No, he's a detective. What are you talking about?
He's a
The tax
shitty
evasion is a
detective.
hobby at most.
My only experience of Vector is like Sonic Heroes.
But that's where he's a
actually a
detective.
detective?
That's his whole point. That's the whole thing in that is that he's doing
Okay,
a
but
detective
he's
job.
barely a detective. He's more tax
Listen,
evasion.
you
Sonic
don't-
Heroes than
you
a
don't-
detective.
hey,
He's like
listen,
a
their
detective
world
in the
is
same way Sam
different.
and Max are detectives.
I don't think they're tax evading because they need money.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are
but
actively
well,
not tax evading. I think
Okay, but I don't think that Eggman pays through official channels. I'm pretty sure that they're not
they
paying
didn't know it was
taxes on that shit.
They didn't know it was Eggman yet.
They didn't know.
Jody,
I don't make enough money to pay taxes.
I like taxes. I pay them all the time. I'd pay my taxes if I could. I promise.
Wait, I
don't
have a
believe
question. Do they get paid
love
in
libraries.
rings or money?
that's a good question.
This is never addressed because they're not allowed to talk about money. in
Yeah, they're not
Sonic.
like yeah.
Because here's the thing. When the 3D cutscene where Eggman's like, I will pay you a lot of money and over the thing, they got dollar signs in their eyes, not rings.
Yeah, I think they get paid in US dollars.
Okay,
I
I
think they got
think
fired for that.
okay. So the dollar signs, I think I have a good explanation for that. You know how in Lord of the Rings, the idea of Lord of the Rings is actually that it's whatchamacallit? It's not really in English, you know, like that it's translated for our benefit.
Yeah.
I think it's like that. I think they are dollar signs for our benefit, but in real life they actually had rings
Yen.
for eyes.
So nothing
Sonic being
changed.
powered by money is screwed up. I don't like that. I don't
It's
like.
so
I do not like this like punk eco terrorist who blows
No.
up like the guy who
yeah,
captures
yeah, good
animals.
point, good
and
point.
He's powered by money.
No, that's not true. He's powered by the Chaos Emeralds. It's just that he has to pay the
no.
power bill.
No. I gotta say, that is something that I think is very funny about the Sonic series is that obviously it's all fiction and you don't have to think too hard about it or anything. But most things kind of have an explanation. The Chaos Emeralds are these powerful artifacts, magic, and they blah blah blah. And Sonic just is biologically really fast. Characters in this universe can just run very fast most of the time, and Sonic can do it the fastest. But there's never any explanation as to why Sonic can survive as long as he's carrying at least one ring, but he drops them all. There doesn't have to be an explanation for that. I just think it's
Funny.
kind of interesting that there isn't. That it feels kind of out of place if you start thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay. His like Mario Odyssey, right? Like Mario Odyssey is a good game, I believe. But like in that game, like they revealed that like the fucking power stars on the moon and stuff are literally just like fucking batteries. Like you go into a factory, they're like refilling them with energy, and I find that really sucks. I thought they were like magical, but they're not. They're just fucking batteries. They just
I
have
think it's really
electricity in them. I hate that.
Can we get a
It's like when
collectathon where they collect like Duracell? You know?
Yeah.
It's like when the Star Wars
Alan Wake.
made. It's like when Star Wars made the Force fucking cells in your body and not magic or whatever.
Wasn't it like bugs?
I don't know.
I thought it was like
midichlorians.
tiny creatures.
I think
Fucking,
it's like, it's
fucking
like
Toriyama
bacteria.
said that. Fucking Toriyama said that Super Saiyan only happens if you have S cells in your body. What the fuck is that?
You know? Okay, Toriyama was the king of like
Bullshit.
I don't know. This happens.
Yeah,
I
Toriyama
didn't
could say
think-
anything, and I'd be
People-
like, yeah,
people were
totally,
posting their-
dude.
People
don't
are
think-
posting their favorite things that happened once in Dragon Ball Z and never again, like Goku giving Krillin his memories and shit, and like,
Yeah.
like if stuff needs to
want
happen,
fear.
it just happens, and then it never
Also-
happens again.
Some people in Dragon Ball can just be animals. You take an animal pill to become an animal. That's just
Yeah.
like how it
Yeah.
goes. And they're like, all right,
Dude, I wish it was
cool."
like it was that easy in real life, dude.
For
Wow,
real.
Goku, did you just read my mind? No, I just like feeling your bald head.
Hey guys, welcome to vlog to slap his bald
Yeah,
head.
I was gonna say. Puddle.
I don't think any writer should explain anything in their universe ever.
Well, yeah, it's like the oil that reflects bullets in JoJo or whatever it was. It was like
I don't remember that.
you can be like, oh, I have a deep explanation for this, or you could be like, you could be like Araki and be like, yeah, what are you, an idiot? This oil reflects bullets, and you're like, oh shit, okay, it does.
If two sponges holes perfectly aligned, the two become one. Araki, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, there's
See-
a bit in part 6 where Araki's like, yeah, rods, the cryptid, they're real. Get used to it,
Yeah?
idiot.
Oh,
You're like,
there was a
okay,
part-
cool.
I'm not gonna be specific. There was a part in part 8 that I felt like I was reading like a conspiracy theory. Like I felt like my brain was going to melt out of my head.
I have no idea what you people are on about.
What about in part 7 where he explains how that guy fucking sprints and without getting
Oh my
tired?
god, yes!
Yeah.
Okay, so the golden ratio.
What are
were you gonna say, Zoe?
What? Talking about?
Huh?
What is JoJo about? What?
I would love to watch JoJo, but I never will because it's almost entirely dudes.
Almost
Can't
all of the
watch
characters, except part 6.
I mean,
almost
listen,
all
part
of the
6
characters in
for
part
you.
7. Almost all the characters in part 7's powers are based, or main characters,
Are
are
based?
based on the literally golden ratio, like
What did I just? Fuck.
16:9. Not a joke.
I don't know what you're on
How
about.
many powers can you get out of that?
A lot, apparently.
At
Okay,
least 5.
If I were to explain it, it would take a bit and it would not be fun. So I'm just not going to.
That's fair.
The
That's fair.
golden, anyway,
Also-
also, the golden ratio is 4/3.
Also, sorry, chat,
Yeah.
that we haven't been responding to you guys as much. It's just there's a lot of talking here.
Yeah.
It's a lot confusing talk. What the fuck is a JoJo?
Android 18 is cool as hell. She's so fucking hot,
If
Yeah,
Krillin
it-
died, I would comfort her.
dude.
Wait, okay.
If Krillin died, it'd be because of me. It's like I want her,
You've done it like 3 times.
I would comfort her.
and you would.
Literally,
I would come.
How can you comfort her
She's
when
used to
she's
it.
kissing me?
Oh, Android 18.
Don't worry, I'm supporting her from behind.
I'm always saying,
You're like, it's like that fucking image, the meme image where it's like,
Yes!
2 people kissing and then one like drinking the soda.
Okay.
yeah.
Zoe, I've looked up what Android 18 looks like. I see
Yeah.
where you're coming from. But
Yeah,
her
right?
forehead is fucking massive.
Listen,
Okay,
I need
cool.
that to be okay because I have a big forehead in real life. Shut the fuck up.
Big foreheads
that
are
dude,
hot,
no.
dude. Shut up.
Thank
More to
you.
kiss.
yeah,
More to
exactly.
kiss. Thank you. Thank you.
Isn't that guy from regular show?
Oh my
I love Pearl and
God.
Fry. They have big foreheads. Fuck off.
Yeah, but more to kiss and ring.
I never watched that show, and I feel like I really missed out.
It was good. It was a good show.
Yeah. Apparently,
yeah.
I mean, was it really that good? I
they
thought it was just
swore
kind of
in it.
regular. Sorry.
It was a good regular.
hasn't watched regular show. My mom.
Oh, your mom should watch
Is
it.
that you,
Yeah,
Vegeta?
you know.
No, that's Muscle Man.
I know.
It's close enough.
I've never watched anything in my life.
That's not true.
I love that video that's like, it's like, Kuwabara and Muscle Man and what, like Goldar and
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, Chris Niosi made that fine.
oh, why did
Who?
you say that?
Kerber Fur.
Ah, I see. Some bitch.
Oh well, the well remains.
People are on like
poison.
completely different wavelengths.
That's okay. You're just not a
idea what
fucking
you're on about.
weeaboo.
It's true, I'm
Who
not.
else is the honored one?
I'll get you there. Don't worry.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I will. We're
I
already
do
on
love that
it.
vi- I do love the concept of that vine. Urameshi, you know who else is gonna get those Power Rangers? My mom!
I do. Kuwabara really does have the same voice as him though, and I think that's really funny.
Someone only has like 3 voices.
True.
You know who else is a spirit detective?
Someone
You know who
posted a
else got
picture-
up Fuji's tail?
posted a picture from Yu Yu Hakusho that was a picture of Kuwabara's room, and there was just a poster for "Good for Your Soul" by Oingo Boingo in his room, and people were like, "What the hell? That is just like a 1-to-1 Oingo Boingo poster in his room."
The dude likes Oingo Boingo. Leave him alone.
I know. I love Kuwabara. He's great.
Oh yeah.
I love him
I'm
more
getting
because of that.
I'm getting into Oingo Boingo. I didn't know it was Danny Elfman. So
Yeah, I need to get into it as well.
Bands ever made.
I just knew him as the Jack Skellington guy, but Gratitude is a really Susan Taxpayer-esque song. So I was like, I think I need to listen to more of their stuff. So
That is a great song. That's his
I really
solo
love-
album, right?
I think so. Yeah, 'cause
His,
it's just him.
Is this how you build a
quote-unquote
house?
solo album that was all of the members of Oingo Boingo and him.
That's like Talking Heads. Every
Yeah.
Talking Heads album is just David Byrne, but there's some other people there also.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
I'm
They had that
sorry.
one Talking Heads album without David Byrne.
Listen, Genius of Love is a bop. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, it is. I agree.
I don't think David Byrne's the only talented person in Talking Heads.
No, there's another one, but I
Yeah,
forget
I
their
mean-
name because I can only remember David Byrne's name. But 2 of them are
Yeah,
fucking like
maybe.
assholes to David Byrne, so I don't care about him.
Yeah.
They just
I can't believe-
exploited his
I can't-
autism.
I can't believe they would do this to David Byrne. He's literally neurodivergent and a minor.
Yeah, he's got a little pickaxe. He's working in the mines.
I don't
Yeah.
want to say anything bad about David Byrne because he's Scottish and lived in Texas, and I am also Scottish and live in Texas. So.
No, that
God
gives you all the
save the
credibility to
soldier.
talk about him.
True.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
I think it's funny that like he was kind of led away from Talking Heads as like these people they're making way too normal stuff. You can make crazy stuff if you went solo. That's a good idea. And it's like Talking Heads has never made anything normal. What are you talking
No,
about?
never ever, and it's good. You're right. Thank you very much, Akai, for the donation. Thank you. And what the
Hey.
fuck? Are you kidding me? God damn it! My fucking donation thing broke again.
No.
Fuck! I spent like an hour today trying to fix it, and I did tests and a test and a test, and it was all good. And now it's fucking broken again. I don't fucking understand. Anyway, thanks so much for the donation, though.
Let's kill them.
Yeah.
Let's kill him. Now,
Let's kill him.
well, now seems like a good time for me to leave with my strangely donation-shaped bag.
Hey.
It's been a blast. I have to go pack. I think they caught the culprit, maybe. So
Oh, good.
Okay, what Punkit? You have a weirdly shaped donation goal shape in your neck. What's going on there?
Nothing. Go.
I forgot
Okay.
that Pumpkin said that, and I was like, what the fuck? The culprit? What?
The culprit.
I gotta know they caught the culprit.
There is actually somebody like loose, so I have to stay inside right now. But I think they caught him by now.
Do you know what crime they committed?
I actually forget.
What the
I just know
hell?
they were like, stay inside. It was him. We found him.
Damn, he stole your bed!
No!
Culprit!
I think they're just like getting me back, you know?
Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Can you get out of my fucking bed?
That dude be like, huh?
Oh.
Anyway, I gotta head out. Have a good
Yeah,
one,
do you
y'all.
want to plug anything or whatever before you go?
Nice talking to you.
What was that?
Al, do you want to plug anything before you go? Plug
yeah,
plug
sure.
kid.
I'm Punkit. I make silly comics. Some of you in chat already know me. If you Google my name, Punkitt, I'll show up somewhere. I make Susan Taxpayer and a bunch of other video games. I like making things. I hope you all have a great evening. And yeah, smiles.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Punkit. So nice to see you.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys, I made the wee brownie joke and I didn't know Punkit was here.
Who the fuck was that?
Oh, the police just released a statement. The criminal was apprehended, and their only crime was being in love. So.
I was gonna say, yeah. That's always what it is.
Actually, it's kind of beautiful.
It's kind of beautiful. I'm so glad they're going to go to beautiful jail now.
They're going to be executed.
Oh,
It's like a space laser.
By a space, that's gonna look really cool though.
It's gonna look cool.
Maybe it's not so bad.
Damn, I was hoping we could now have a conversation I understand, but I guess not.
Sorry.
You're here for all the context,
Bye,
though.
bye, guy. Yeah, you had all the context.
I don't understand anything that's going on.
We gave you all the clues.
Did you?
Why did this person just go into my house? What's wrong with them?
How about that Minecraft day?
I need to.
I said, how about that Minecraft day?
It's I'm like on autopilot kind of. So I'm like barely aware of what I'm doing, and I'm making a house, and it's like, this is not at all looking like what I thought I was gonna be making.
Somebody quickly pilot Zoe. She's losing control. Take the wheel. Twitch plays Zoe.
Twitch plays Zoe.
Well, Ray will. I'll make Ray do it again.
Imagine a stream where you play a game, but you only play whatever, you only do things when chat tells you to do them. So like anytime you see in chat like walk forward, then you do it.
Isn't that an NPC stream or whatever?
That's like straight up how some people make all their money.
So I hate to break this to you, but you and I have theorized this exact same stream before.
See, there was like a little moment in my head where I was like, haven't I said this before?
Yes, you have. Yes, that exact same.
Can you tell me everything else I said?
Sure. So basically, you had a plan where you would do a stream where people pressed button or like entered commands into chat, and you'd only do them. But it would also be like an extremely fast-paced game. Like I think you compared it to like Devil May Cry.
I just make it fucking. Oh, sorry.
Where you're constantly getting attacked. So like you just like someone types attack and you attack once and then just stand there getting wailed upon until and chat gets face frustrated at you for not just continuously attacking.
That's kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, that was the plan. Sorry for spoiling it now.
Sorry for spoiling the thing that I said to myself.
Yeah.
Is Zoe able to be piloted Ratatouille ways? I think you could do it. I think
You have to
Muzz.
sit in the middle of the crown.
Yeah, you know, there's like little control panels and stuff on the inside.
You just have to hit the exact right pressure points.
Man, I have to catch up on eggs. There's so many of these fucking things.
But I was about to say,
What's
one
wrong
thing
with
about
y'all?
you learn about being Zoe's friend is that you gotta remember everything she says to you, because she won't.
No, I will not. Stellar Queen 5, Akai 4, Canberra. Thank you all very much for the eggs.
I have to pace myself and remind myself not to be on the stream all day because I have to stream later.
Nah.
What are you streaming?
Video games.
Cool. I hope it's Pavel.
I've heard about those. This house sucks.
That doesn't. You did great.
I've decided I don't really vibe with it.
You should be a carpenter.
I'm kind of insulted because this is how I build all my houses.
Okay, Jody, we just have. Can you fuck off out of my stupid house? Fuck!
You're making
Don't go back in.
enemies of the
Don't fucking.
state.
Don't go back in. Don't go back in. Don't go back in. Yeah,
You're
fuck
as a
off.
farmer, not a murderer.
I can do both.
I love how he looks at you.
You have turned
God.
increasingly more violent as the stream has gone on.
They're multiplying, dude. What is going on?
People tend to do that, Zoe. I know you're asexual, so you might not realize, but people do that a lot.
I hate this, guys. I hate this. Fuck off! Get out of my house! No! 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 No!
You need to make iron doors so that they can't get in.
I have to. This is fucking it, dude. I'm so over it.
Zoe turn around being like,
It's not your house! Get out!
Why they shouldn't be here? They have no right. This is my property. I'm a farmer.
Sing the evolution of Zoe from an anarchist to a fucking landlord in real time.
I'm not a landlord. This is my one house. I'm not renting it to anyone.
That was the most American I've ever heard you.
This is my property. Leave my house now.
Get your fucking ass off my property.
I'm just saying, I want to be like a nice, like, member of this community like anyone else. That does not involve people walking into my house all the time. That's not even finished. It's literally a construction site. It's dangerous to be in.
Huh.
Wait, they might get an axe to the face.
That's what I'm saying.
The castle doctrine into Minecraft.
What's the castle doctrine?
It's the one where if someone's on your property in America, you can just shoot them dead, and it's legal because they're on your property.
That is a law in some states.
Yeah.
That's right. I didn't know it was called that.
People in America, all they want is for someone to do a crime to them, so that they are justified.
It's true. Like, I fully believe that 90% of Americans are just waiting for the chance to shoot someone. Like, they are desperate. They have
I don't know
their
about
gun.
90, but a
I believe
lot.
it's 90. It's America, so like 90% of people have guns.
How many Americans are in here right now? Uh-oh.
Too many.
One, I
I
think.
don't know.
Okay, goddamn, whatever.
If you find them, don't tell them.
Don't tell them. Don't tell them that you saw them, or they'll shoot you for no reason.
I'm very sorry to tell you, Matty.
I'm feeling like hurting someone right now, honestly.
I'm
That's what I'm
incredibly
saying. See?
anti-American.
See? I'm sorry.
Americans are my #1 haters. Followed
Alright.
shortly by the French.
Good thing
Well,
there's
my
none of them
number
over
one
here.
hate list for me is the stupid fucking villagers.
Yeah.
Huh.
Can I
I'm
find some
joking.
iron, please?
Americans are fine. I just don't like their country.
I don't mind.
It's like the opposite with the
land?
French. The like France, the country is beautiful, gorgeous. Hate the
But
people.
the French are there.
Darn French.
Also, I don't think you're gonna find much iron the way you're digging.
Yeah, iron's up now. They changed
Is
it
it?
so iron's up.
You gotta
What?
dig into the sky.
Yeah.
Oh my God, cloud,
It's okay.
cloud
It is
or.
everywhere.
You have to
Like
go
it
to
is
the
in a lot of
Aether.
spots.
Okay,
But like,
love these sound effects though.
I do admire Americans for their love of firearms and explosives, though. That's pretty cool.
Putting a bed under your floorboards and waiting until night so you can tell a villager. That's normal. Yeah, that's a normal thing to do.
Who is that rip-rapping on my chamber door?
Who's
Oh, it's a
that?
villager.
Who's that that's going below the... Hey, hello.
Oh.
I think there should be a mod called the Scary Villager, and it's just a villager who appears. Can you not?
I don't know why, but every time I think of that poem, I always say the word rip-rapping, which is definitely not how it goes.
Oh, Ellie! Hi, Ellie! Hi, how are you doing? Thanks so much for the raid to you and your viewers. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Hi everyone, I'm Zoe Gunla Queen. I'm finally back to streaming! Yay, I'm so excited, and I'm making a perfectly normal farm in Minecraft. The farm looks really bad, and villagers keep trying to get into my house, and so I have to bar my doors to keep them out.
You have to
Yippee!
cook meth to make the villagers more complacent.
Yep.
I like how you said this is going to be a short stream and we're nearly as long as you normally stream for.
Well, that's only a good thing.
That's true.
I hope you guys had a very good time. I have to do yippies and sippies and such. Oh, actually, I don't have to do sippies. I do have to do this,
You
though.
don't have to do yippies either.
There we go. Now all I have to do is sippies. Thanks, clown.
Zoe, you sounded like the rubber chicken that goes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Daya.
Yeah.
We got some eggs. Oh.
What, hi? Noodles I like. And our soup. Oh, we learned it already when I'm doing an Uwu voice.
Quickly, get her Dutch
boy,
now.
it's Sia. And Coffee Michael is starting the next eggs like so
I
many
couldn't
eggs.
sound.
And that cheesy lad.
There we go. Chubulus, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody, all your viewers, for coming. My name is Zoe Gunla Queen. I'm finally back to streaming after my bottom surgery, and I'm so excited to be here. Thanks for coming. Black Ops 3 Zombies. Wow, I've never played Black Ops, or barely any military shooter. What's the closest I've ever come to playing any military shooter, I wonder?
Half-Life.
Day of Defeat Source, I guess.
You played Day of Defeat Source.
I mean, technically, I wouldn't like. That makes it sound like I played it like a lot.
I don't think anyone played Day of Defeat Source.
Well,
I
why
played
is-
it at some point. It's a fuck ton of eggs. We got way too many eggs today.
Do you remember that one Source game that was a fight between soldiers and dinosaurs?
Yeah, I do.
What?
Yeah, it was
what
kind
was
of
that
fun.
called?
It was called Dino
D-Day, that's
D-Day.
it.
Yeah,
Dino D-Day was kind of sick.
it was kind of fun.
Let's play some
I
Fistful of Frags.
remember
Facts
the
is fun.
thing that was like ninjas versus pirates versus cowboys or something.
It was Vikings, I think. Ninjas versus.
Sure, I don't remember what it was.
Ninjas,
Remember-
Pirates, Vikings.
Remember the Lost Vikings?
I
Remember Air Buccaneers?
remember Zapper.
Remember Never Dead?
I do remember Never Dead.
Remember Ragdoll Kung Fu?
No.
Ragdoll Kung Fu, I think, was the second game on Steam, or maybe it was the first non-Valve game on Steam.
Them just
Remember
are.
Mad Balls and Babel Invasion?
Remember just balls?
Remember Balls?
Remember balls? Better not find anyone in here. I'm gonna kill him. Good.
Barricading the door. Like it seemed to walk.
You're gonna get a double-barrel shotgun and just sit up all night?
Just not sleeping at
I
all.
have a joke when I should make it.
Okay, don't.
Okay.
Zoe, since Punket's not here, can I eat her the Bruce the Bat, please?
Oh, sure.
She's not gonna. Is she gonna eat that?
I don't
Are
think
you
she's
going to
doing that.
finish that croissant?
Yes. Are you going to finish that croissant?
Knock yourself out, kid.
That's just a freak.
People
It was
see
a
Bruce
little
the Bat
fake.
and say, is anyone gonna eat that? Not even wait for an answer.
What's the most obscurest game you can think of right now?
Wet.
Hold on. I could probably think of something pretty obscure.
It's not
Mario.
wet, also because. What?
They should combine wet and dirt and make mud.
Mud does sound like it's something actually.
It's Mr. Pants for the Game Boy Advance.
I know, Mr. Pants. It's Mr. Pants.
It's Mr. Pants.
Mr. Pants?
Okay. I'm trying to remember the name of this game that I've never heard a single other person talk about.
Okay, I
Like,
know
I
one.
found it in Half-Price books.
If
Go ahead.
if Punked were here, she would know about it because I told her about it. But it's called Meesters van Macht, but the English name is Masters of the Elements. Does anyone know it?
No.
Sounds familiar, but I think it just sounds kind of generic.
Pointy's
not
Point
generic
is
at all.
pretty obscure.
What?
Pointy's Point?
Oh yeah!
You know Pointy's Point.
I know Pointy's Point. I don't know it well, but I know it. It's very funny.
There's one
mobile
round
game
slip my
for-
tongue, but I can't remember the name of it. This is a game I
Knife Edge. Wait, Immortal Redneck. I've heard about that one. I think it does sound familiar.
Oh yeah, that one's on PC. I know that one.
I also got a game that maybe no one knows. It's called Clonk.
Actually,
Let's assume
I've.
this
Is
is
that
the
where your
same
name comes
game
from?
like that as like a
Yeah.
SNES puzzle game, like Zoop or Plock or
No, how about
know Block.
Boldies for the PlayStation 1?
all these basics. yeah.
No, just
Bold-
Boldies.
Oh, isn't that
Baldies?
like almost like a city builder kind of thing?
Yeah, so
What?
yeah,
I know
Boldies.
Baldies.
How do you spell it? Bald, like as in bald people?
Like bald. Like
Yeah,
a
bold
person.
people, IES. Yeah, bold
Oh,
IES.
yeah, wow.
And then for the PlayStation 1, Boldies.
That looks fun.
It is pretty fun. I remember it being fun. No, that's the
Mr.
wrong
Bones.
game.
Mr. Bones was made
Bones
by the
is
same. It's
so
the same
good.
guy who did Mort the Chicken and Echo the Dolphin, I think.
Really nice. I very much like Mr. Bones. I think it's such a fun.
For the longest time, I didn't know Mr. Bones was a game. I thought that everyone was just referencing the Wild Ride.
Fair.
For the longest time.
Oh,
This looks interesting.
If you say goodbye to me, we have enough people. We can do this song right now.
I refuse to sing.
Over-
I only sing on my own stream.
We
Also-
have enough people, and
Selfish.
it's great because we're countries apart. So it would be like the delay would be incredible.
Yeah. Terrible
Yeah,
for me
we
I
too.
looked up Mr. Bones, and why does he look like a monkey?
What?
What?
You
He's
are
a
not looking at the
skeleton.
right one. He is a
it's
he's a
skeleton,
wonderful
but it looks
skeleton
like-
with blue eyes and a white
Why does he
dragon.
have- No, actually, Clint's right. He does look like a monkey.
What? Okay, hold on a second.
I think there was a PS1 game that was just a skeleton that danced, and it didn't have any gameplay or something. I'm looking. I can't remember all the obscure games I'm thinking of. I can't.
He
remember
does
the
not
name of.
look. What are you guys talking about?
Like, okay, look in
Look at the image that I
texture.
sent.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, he looks like a monkey.
Okay.
Okay,
Here's the
okay.
weird thing.
First of all, no, okay. I can almost see what you're talking about, but that's not really the usual cover art for the game. So this is
I
this
understand
is what they're
why.
looking at. But usually, what you have is is this.
That one, like, it trips me off to see a skeleton with, like, what appears to be movable lips.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
That's
is
okay,
He
that's
looks like
alright.
he has the top of a mouth that a skeleton shouldn't have.
I love this second box art because it's got the advertisement for the game on the box of the game. Check out the monstrous Mr. Bones video game only for the 6 and yes, that's what I'm looking at.
That's really funny, actually.
Yeah. Like, why are you advertising me the thing I'm looking at? I have it in my hands.
So that you get it. You can buy it.
What do you mean, check it out?
It's like if you're in the
my
store, I
hands.
guess, you know.
I guess it's just a weird thing to put on there.
Do you
Yo,
think?
it's rated kids to adults. I'm one of those, so I can play it.
I don't think kids
Which
should be
of the
playing
two
this.
are you? I wonder.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Personally, I've got
Time
one
may
foot in
never
the
tell.
grave, so I think I'm fine this
You
way.
fucking don't. Stop. Stop being mean to yourself.
I can't.
You must. Or I'm booting you off the stream.
Oh my
the
god,
fuck?
you're in 11th grade. You're so old.
Stop.
Well, if you
my
do
God,
this
oh my
stream,
God,
I'll
I
end
could
up
never
being
be a-
even meaner to myself.
I could never be a senior. That's so old. You might as well be a skeleton.
Would you guys like to be like a living skeleton?
No.
I think I think I could live with having
living
one
skeletons.
one skeleton arm or skeleton legs.
Only if only if the one skeleton arm had like powers.
What? Okay. Well, this power is that it's a skeleton arm, and so
The
like
power is a
you
little
can
fat
like
ass.
detach parts of it and then put them back, and it's fine.
That's not power. That's a weakness.
No, that's totally power. Like if like only your arm gets hit by like a big impact and flies apart, you can just put it back together again. And it's okay.
That's true. I agree with Atlas. Sorry, not Atlas. Aqua. I like having a butt that exists. Do you know how much gender this for I'd get if I was a skeleton?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. All right. Can have boobs if you're a skeleton, I suppose.
It's true.
Skeletons are the most
Amazon.com.
gender non-conforming.
I need my fine ass.
Go to Amazon and order a new one.
Skeeton. What, new boobs?
Yeah.
A new boobs. Order a new boobs.
Get some new boobs, get some new ass, and just put it on your skeleton. Slap it on.
That's not but that's not the same, dude.
No, just...
Why not?
Because the ones I have currently are like homegrown. That's more satisfying than like getting some plastic knockoff knockers.
I don't know. I wouldn't believe it's always the end.
Knockoff knockers.
Thank you for living in my hilarious pun.
Thank you for the pun.
You're welcome. I do this for the people, you know.
You're so good at it too.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm a boobs truther. I only believe it when I see them, so.
You ain't sing jack shit.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait with
You're
that.
a visual learner, I see.
Hi!
Hello.
Oh.
Will my farmhouse ever be nice, Chad?
You're a visual learner, so I can give you a black eye.
The fucking joke that's like, they say exposure therapy really helps with getting over fears, and I'm so scared of boobs.
I could never even claim to be scared of boobs. I'm scared of women.
It's a different kind of scared, though, I assume. It's intimidation, nervousness. You're afraid to embarrass yourself in front of them.
It's true, and I inevitably will.
But that's okay, you can just be a failed girl.
I don't want to be a fail girl, but that's not me. I don't feel very fail girl. I'm like a living skeleton.
Wow, a friend.
Maybe you should make a sword. You've yet to make a sword.
I'm a simple farm girl.
So
All
there's
I
a
want to
skeleton in your
do,
house.
all I want to do is have metal doors to barricade against my fucking neighbors,
So there's
and
a skeleton in your
have a dig deep dark hole beneath my house.
So you need to defend yourself.
Also, I'm pretty sure a axe is a lot more farmer. Wait.
You need to castle doctrine this fucking skeleton.
And also, axe does as much damage as a diamond sword.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's slower.
It is slow, yeah.
Where'd he go?
Hello?
He's leading you down, Zoe. It's a trick.
Oh my god.
For the love of God, Fortunato.
Wait, did he just despawn? Where is he? I think.
Daya! Fuck
I
you!
was not even here anymore.
Daya's here.
What?
No, Daya's still here.
No, I'm gone. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Nothing here but a Quika.
What was that? Fuck you.
Oh, the Roland Quika, my beloved.
God, these fucking sound effects are so good. They make the game so much more scary.
Like someone whispering in your ears.
I wish I heard a Quika every time I walked, like that dog from Pokey's Performer.
I got this story.
See, Zoe, I can't make a skeleton noise.
You just gotta hit
Where
your
did
bones.
it go?
really
Where did it
hard.
come from? What the fuck?
Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from?
Sorry,
I'm not sure.
you need to calm down. The stress isn't good for your combat.
Where are you? How?
I don't feel safe.
I fucking don't.
I feel safe.
Jesus Christ.
You remember to light up the cave below.
Some of
You
it.
just buried in the cave.
Some of it. Listen, I'll go back there. We'll go back there later. Oh no! Well,
That was not me.
that wasn't okay. Was that an actual creeper sound? Was that one of y'all? Jody, was that you?
It was me.
Fuck off, dude! You're gonna give me a
sorry.
goddamn heart attack. This is not good for my
I'm sorry.
recovery.
That's mean.
I'm sorry.
Fuck
Here,
you.
I've got something to cheer up. I've got something to cheer
I don't believe you. Oh, that's not the whole thing. Oh,
It's not. It won't film the soundboard.
Jody, was that you?
What?
That was
that-
Dai. Still. So.
What?
I have to stop streaming if you guys keep doing this shit.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give you a fucking heart attack. Ugh. No, what?
They won't film the soundboard. So literally, you have like a
Get a
5
different
second
soundboard.
amount. So you get a fucking different soundboard.
Okay.
That's not the song.
For a split second, I thought you were playing the song that plays when you win TF2.
What, the entire game?
No, the round. It's a competitive game. You can win in it.
Well, you don't win by being competitive. You win by being friendships.
No sleep. It's a different thing.
Fat wolf bastard.
In each human, there's a skeleton waiting to escape. Maybe for you, my skeleton and I are best of friends.
I think XTC wrote a song about that.
I believe you. I don't know who that is.
They're a band in England,
Okay.
and the lead singer's son is a Newgrounds animator.
That's fun. What's her name?
They're like an actual famous band. Like, they were huge. And then one of their sons is Harry Partridge.
Harry fucking Partridge, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
That was kind of funny. Harry
that's
Partridge
all.
is not a Newgrounds. I mean, Harry Partridge has done professional stuff. I've
Well,
been
that's where he
calling
got
Harry
his start.
Partridge.
You,
Sure,
once
but-
a Newgrounds animator, you're always a Newgrounds animator. I'm
I
sorry.
think that's true.
Agreed. No
For
escape.
instance, Aaron Hansen was once a Newgrounds anime and that was
Yeah.
an asshole, so...
Okay, to be to go from a Newgrounds animator to be an asshole is like the most like that is just true.
That's just how it happens, yeah. Okay, we're gonna board this up a little. So quiet without the music.
It really is.
Man.
I am just a fish.
I am just a fish. What do I know if my skeleton is fried? Oh shit. I should probably stop, huh?
Maybe.
It's probably time for you to go to bed.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it is
before we
midnight.
stop, I don't think there's anything
Hey.
more Yuri than swimming freely in the ocean.
Well, only if you do it with like another girl.
I think just
Does
the
anyone wanna
concept.
swim
I
in
think
the
the
ocean?
ocean is the other girl.
That's right. That was a test. Good job.
I
Yeah.
think the moon is another girl.
That's true, also.
The moon and
the
sun
moon
are Yuri together.
The ocean and the moon are also girls.
I think everything is a girl.
Me too. There's
think-
just no natural concepts that seem like men.
It's true. You fight! Get out of the way of that! Oh, my melons are done.
You've lost
Me
your
when I've been on my
attempt
SG job
to-
for a while.
So your melons are never done. They're always growing.
Ideally.
Zoe, what would you do if I put you in a copy machine?
Just exponential.
A copy machine?
Yeah. Like a photocopier.
How are you putting me in it? Like, in what state am I?
Gotcha.
This
No.
is just like Gravity Falls.
It is, which Jody and I started watching.
It's true.
No, guys, it's me, Dipper7.
100%. But hold on. No, don't worry about it. We only just started watching Gravity Falls, and Jody is
Okay.
enjoying it a lot.
It's true, I am.
Good. All right.
I guess we're not watching any tonight because you streamed for 4 hours.
You don't know that.
Okay.
I mean, I still got to do some stuff before I go to bed after all, so. Anyway, wow, we've accomplished so much today. We didn't finish a house. We have kind of a farm. I got really mad at some villagers.
I feel like, considering the stream's goal was making a farm, you've made a pitiful farm, I'm gonna be honest.
Farms take a lot of time.
You killed him.
That's
Also,
true.
like, it walks. It has
It's
wheat
got
in it
crops and
melons.
stuff.
Yeah.
It's got wheat. It's got coke. It's got other easy jokes.
Wait,
Here's kind of crazy thing. Most crops don't grow in one day.
It's true.
Farms last more than one day. You don't just plant a corn seed and have a whole stalk of corn in one day.
It's kind of lame, but yeah, it is how it works.
I wish I had
The freaks detector how many protected it from them. I'd say that's progress. Thank you for having my back on this. Thank you. Because I'm right. I do think it's kind of funny. Like, in my experience, in like other games like Terraria and Starbound, I feel that you kind of get like a say in when and where villagers move in to your houses. Like once you build a house, a room, or whatever that qualifies to have an inhabitant, you can be like, okay, well, I would like someone to move in here, so you put like a specific item in it, or someone comes into your town and they're like, wow, I'd love to move in, and you're just like, yes, and then you can pick then which house or whatever. And in Minecraft, apparently, that doesn't happen. They just decide for themselves, like, this is my house now.
It's true. You also can't really spawn in a villager. You have to find them.
That's true.
You should make it so there's like a path that winds around, and it's like one by one, and then spikes everywhere on the ground, so the villagers will just fall and die if they try and go into your house.
I think it's funnier if I make my house, my normal humble farmhouse, out of metal, with steel doors that they can't open. I think that's funnier, actually. Like, the house is right there. They can come up to the door and they will never be able to enter, you know?
So I have some for you to contemplate.
Okay.
There's very little difference between a fortress and a prison.
What?
But it's a
What about
farm.
Team Fortress.
Unless it's a farm.
Unless it's a farm.
It's not a farm, you're building a fortress.
No, I'm building a farm.
You're building a
Have you not been
slaughterhouse.
following the stream, Daya?
Well,
Jody, I mean-
listen.
Don't worry about. Sorry, I'm sorry.
If there's truly a fortress, I think Zoe should have a team. Maybe 2 of them.
Yeah. I think I'd have fun. Isn't it, you know, in reality, everybody's always like Team Fortress because it's Team Fortress 2, you know? And everybody's always like, oh, because it's the second Team Fortress game. What they don't understand is that it's actually Team 432. Because it's Team Fortress 2. So, this is a really good stream.
Guys, but don't worry, everyone. Zoe is T for T.
I am Team
Fortress 2.
Team Fortress 2.
I mean, that's fine for her. I want trans woman.
Yeah, that's what T for T means.
I know, but then Daya said it meant Team Fortress.
I can be
2, and
multiple
was like,
things.
yeah, that's- no.
I contain
You-
multitudes.
You do not. You contain one. You contain single.
Just like the demo.
Yeah,
map.
okay, I know I'm single. Don't fucking rub it in.
Know what I meant.
Anyway, so this was my stream. Finally back to streaming after 2 months. Thank you very much for my co-hosts for coming to join me. I had a lot of fun. Thank you very much for chat to coming to view. I had a lot of fun. I hope it was good. I hope you enjoyed that we barely accomplished fucking anything.
It was surprisingly little of a train wreck.
You sure?
There weren't any trains.
That's true.
I think it was a perfectly functional stream.
Alright, okay. Thanks everybody for coming. What do I usually say at the end again? I don't...
Hi, my name is Zoe. Go follow my links.
Forget who you are.
Forget
Lose
who you
yourself.
are. Lose yourself to the infinite abyss of your mind and
Lose
wallow
yourself
in
the
misery.
moment you own it. You better never let it go.
You start
only
saying
get
a lot
one
of
shot.
words in Dutch, and when at the end of the stream, you just start speaking in Dutch, and no one understands you, and you just end the stream. You don't even read it to anyone.
Alright, that's cool. Yeah, I will do this. Except I'm not. Haha. It's great to have you back. It felt like a part of my routine was missing for a little bit. Aww. Honestly, me too. What's bucket? What's a bucket command? What would that be?
I'll just do my outro and stuff.
Please say bucket. Dear God, there's more. No.
No.
Thanks everyone for coming. Please
Lose
follow down below
yourself,
if you're not ready.
dance. Fuck yeah, dude, nice.
Zoe,
What's up?
Car
What?
battery!
Oh no! Ow!
You got hit.
Ow.
So yeah, thanks everyone for coming. Please follow
Shut up!
down below if you're not ready. Also down below, you're fine.
So yeah, Multiflash already did put exclamation point links in chat, and you can find a link to my little website. There's all my links on it, except for one that I forgot about. I think Blue Sky, because then it's like a stupid, it's not nice and even, and I keep forgetting to put it on. But yeah, like my merch and my donations and my rep sheets and my socials and my YouTubes and my... I feel like there's another thing. Anyway, my
Discord.
business email. Oh yeah, the Discord is also on there. You can join our Discord community, or you know, if you don't want to join the whole community, but you do want to get the stream announcements, which is totally fair, you can also just join the Discord, and all you have is the stream announcements channel and a channel explaining how to get into full server when you want to. That's what I always say. I remember now. So yeah,
Can't wait to email you with business.
better be business. That's what it's for. Si business. Si business. Ooh. My wonderful co-hosts, would you guys like to plug anything? Starting with Melody.
Oh,
Oops,
I
I'm
have
thinking
a
that.
stream in like... Huh?
No, go on.
I have a stream in like 2 hours. If anyone wants to go watch, I'm playing Travis Strikes. I'm playing Travis Strikes Again, which I've never played. So
Nice.
I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. Cool, Clone.
Me, I'm Clone. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a lot more active on YouTube than anything else. This is my channel if you want to look at it. That's about it, really. I've not been streaming. I've been recording.
Wow, have you not been streaming? Do you have a month or something?
I got like burned out of Baldur's Gate 3 Act 3.
Oh yeah, that's fair. I've been trying to get back into it myself. I'm also stuck on 3.
I don't know why.
Yeah. Daya!
What? Oh.
Would you like to plug anything, you little bitch? Hard.
I'm streaming not this week, but next week maybe. I just have a Twitch channel at twitch.tv/diapin. Sorry, I'm really high right now, so it's really hard.
Awesome. Nice.
Don't forget to tell them about tomorrow. Tell them about tomorrow, about an event tomorrow, the RAR event.
Is that tomorrow?
That's tomorrow.
Oh shit.
Is it tomorrow?
Do I have that written down as tomorrow?
It's 5 p.m.
Oh wait, it's Saturday. What do you mean it's Saturday? Wait, no.
Yes, Saturday.
It's Friday. What do you mean it's... Wait, that's normal.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
I didn't know there's a RAR event tomorrow either.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
you should
is.
Tomorrow, 5 p.m. on
There's
Fisher
a
Rock.
Rarer XD VR chat event. It's gonna be super fun. We're all gonna hang out. I hope we can make it. Yay!
Chat again.
I've got
Yeah.
the link there.
Yes, very good, very good, very good. Me and Melody and Daya are all from this team, and there are so many fucking awesome, wonderful people in that team, and we're all so fun and great, and we're friends, and it's nice.
But make sure not to push yourself.
What? Oh, push
It's
myself.
to make... Yes.
I will try so hard and fail.
Are you gonna do with the VR
No.
gear or again on
No.
the PC?
Yeah, just PC. I'm gonna take it
I
easy.
think that's also a much better.
Save option. But yeah, that's good. And finally, we have Jody.
Hello, it's me.
It's you.
My name is Dynalope. I stream on
Thought it was
twitch.tv/Dynalope.
I would shout
Shut
it,
the
but I can't.
Sorry. Go on.
My name DVD, no, my
Shush. Let her
Why are you all
speak.
so mean to me today?
I'm not. Sorry. I don't mean to be. I'm sorry. You gotta tell us if it's too
Fine.
much.
No, it's fine. I understand you're being peer pressured by Daya, who hates you.
Shut up! No. Do your little plug.
Okay.
Do your little plug, and we can shit on you later.
What the fuck? Okay, whatever.
Sorry. It's just so easy.
What do you mean? It's so easy. Anyway, Zoe's my best friend forever.
No, I love Jody. She's wonderful.
My name is Dynalope. I stream on twitch.tv/Dynalope. I play mostly shooters and weird jank video games. Essentially,
yeah?
like shooters and weird jank video games. What do you mean I'm a bit of a heel?
You are though. Like I will. Anyway.
That is such a good way of.
We can talk about this
Jody.
later. But you are a bit of a heel.
What does that mean?
Well, okay,
It's a
it's
wrestling film.
okay.
It's like the Grinch, you see.
Okay, a heel is it's a wrestling term specifically, as far as I know, which is a character that is specifically set up to be a little bit of a fill a little bit of a villain role,
I'm not a
like rile up the audience and stuff, you know.
Is it because of all my bad opinions?
No.
Well,
You literally have a big circular bomb with a big long fuse. Like that's so villain.
That's true. I guess I do like blowing things up.
it's I don't know. You're a bit It's not necessarily that you have bad opinions. It's that you have differing opinions. That's all.
Please follow me on Twitch. I need to go to Crisis.
I'm so sorry. I do love you. I hope you understand.
I love you too.
Anyway, so everybody please go follow my friends if you wanna. And I hope that I myself will also be able to stream again soon.
Yeah.
And make it like a regular thing again. So that I can, I mean, this went really well, right? I
Yeah.
figured I wasn't gonna, are you okay? I mean, you're high.
Yeah.
Yay.
Careful to bring
I
a ladder
wasn't
when you
expecting
go
to be
down.
able to stream for Check's Notes 4 hours. So that's really fucking cool. So I might just be able to start streaming normally again, which is great because then I can pick up Kingdom Hearts and
Halo.
something else. Halo with Jetty.
Quake 2 with me, please.
What?
Quake 2 with me, please.
Oh yeah, we gotta play Quake 2.
That's
I
the worst
wanna
one.
finally
No.
start Signalis, and another code I'd like to play that and stuff. There's so much stuff. So much
There's so
stuff that
many
I want to
things.
stream. There's
So
too
many
much,
video games
actually.
in the world.
I am going to personally put a ban on video game development until I catch up.
Okay.
Real
Okay.
talk, I feel like there should be a ban on video game
Yeah.
development until we figure out what the fuck is going on with that shit.
Only for AAA.
No. Sorry, also
Having
indie
critical.
games, because I mostly want to play indie games.
Yeah, but
So-
like, they take a while.
No, but I wanna listen. I have a very big backlog that is a lot of indie games and it's also AAA games. So like both of them have to stop making new games because I just want to catch up. You know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nobody
I
make
get
any
it.
fucking games. Stop it.
Get
It's
some
too
help.
much. No, don't get anything. Stop making games. Anyway,
Where are
yeah,
we going?
I'm gonna go.
Okay.
We're ending the stream now, so let's find someone to raid. Usually I would be like, this is when my next stream is, but I don't fucking know.
Could be anytime, anywhere.
Nice.
Could be tomorrow. Well, technically it is, I guess.
What?
That's also my schedule, just whenever I feel like it.
Yeah, but that's usually not my schedule. I need it to be my schedule so that I can, because then it's easier for me to do if I have a routine, you know?
That's fine.
Oh, gang, my pussy hurts.
What?
Yeah, because of the recovery.
Everyone
Oh.
cast spell of heal pussy right
Thank
now.
you! Thank you so much. We're going to raid someone. It's gonna be... ooh, baby. Mars playing Wario World. I was thinking about the game the other day. We're going to have a rotten day at Wario World. Our raid message will be.
Oh my god!
What should the raid message be?
Kill the villagers. Wait, no.
No.
Get out of my
Good thing.
Get out of my house!
Just make
Get
a
out.
message like,
What if get out of my house is the raid message?
Yeah, that's what. Get out of my house!
Get out of my house! Farm girls make videos also good because wait, hold on. I'm a normal farm girl. Get the fuck out of my house.
I'm a normal farm, go get out of my house, my pussy hurts.
That's too much. That's too much. Without context, that's too much.
That's fair.
I'm a normal farm. I forgot the girl. Hold on.
No, keep it, leave it, keep it.
It's good. I like it.
I'm a normal farm. Get the fuck out of my house.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna.
Car battery! Thanks for coming, everybody.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh.
I'm a normal farm.
What is this shit? Why is the rate thing different now?
What? It is? I don't see
yeah,
it.
there's like a no. I'm doing like the quick action on OBS and it makes it pops up a new thing.
Oh, that's
What?
Oh, I don't know.
That's scary.
That's
Anyway.
the numbness farm. It's such a noble farm.
All right. Okay. So we're gonna. Oh my god. We're gonna raid Mar. I hope you guys have a very nice time there, and thank you guys so much for coming. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye bye.
Where's the raid?
I'm doing it now. I think.
There, yay!
Wait, view. Okay, now it's. Oh man, it's so different and confusing now. I hate life.
Yeah.
Bye. Goodbye,
Gotta get out of
everyone.
my house, so I have some
Bye.
connection.
Bye.
I'm a normal farm.